Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Happy Saturday. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome back to day 2 of the RILE conference, Communities in Struggle, Reaffirming and Reimagining Commitments to Educational Justice. Yesterday, our focus was on research, on deepening and deepening our understanding of how communities, scholars, and educators are making sense of the political moment. Today, our focus shifts to practice, to what we do with that knowledge, how we carry it into the classrooms, schools, policies, and communities. So I want to briefly start with who we are as the RILE program team and take a moment to situate us. We are Race, Inequality, and Language in Education, a doctoral program here at Stanford that brings together scholars committed to examining how race, power, and language shape educational opportunities and outcomes. Our work is rooted in the conviction that education is never neutral. It either reproduces inequities or disrupts them. RILE was built for those of us who refuse to take inequality as given, who instead seek to document it, challenge it, and imagine more just possibilities. As a new member of the program team, I see us working diligently to also improve our work and double down on the commitments made to RILE within this institution. So who's in the room? You might notice some of us have stickers on our name tags. We really want to show the RILE students who are doing so much work to make a future scholarly work rooted in race, inequality, and language happen. We have rice. Oh my gosh, I need to like pause. Sorry, we have been running all week to make this happen. I'm running on fumes. I haven't slept that much, so I just want to acknowledge the people who are here. I want to appreciate those who came yesterday. We see you, and we really are appreciative of your commitment to this work and to the wonderful conversations we'll be having today. So we want to bridge these connections. We want to bridge connections between faculty and students and recognize that we as RILE students really look to the faculty to guide us in doing future work and being in the positions that you're in now. We want to build connections between research and communities, which is what today's focus is, and to really emphasize the spirit of practice. As we dive into the sessions and conversations today, I want us to remember that practice is not just technical work, it is also creative work. It's about joy, it's about play, it's about imagining educational futures that don't yet exist, and then taking the small, persistent steps to build them. So to close, before I do that, I do want to make note of the RILE faculty who have taken their time to come and hear more about the work that we're doing, and thank you individually, starting with Dr. Ramon Martinez, who is part of the team. He is the program chair. That was a great time to walk into. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Brian Brown, Dr. Tyran Shu is here, Dr. Farzana Aja, Dr. Roy Pia, Dr. Anthony Antonio, Dr. Jonathan Rosa, and just to note, Dean Dan Schwartz came yesterday, so we're going to shout him out too. Dr. Suvani Anima, Dr. Rebecca Tarlow, Dr. Candice Till, and Dr. Maisha Wynn, who's here with us today. The time we have together today is short, so I invite you to be intentional. Let's leave here not only with inspiration, but also with tools, practical strategies, questions, connections we can take back to our classrooms, our communities, and our movements. And again, I just really appreciate you for being here today.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Buenos dias. My name is David Morales. I'm a 6th-year RILE student here in the GSE. Before I introduce our speakers, I just want to shout out Gabriela and the RILE team, because truly they've done so much work to put this on. I'm part of the team, but I joined a bit late, so all props to you all. This is amazing. And thank you all for being here. Love this intimate space and looking forward to the conversations that we're going to have. So with that being said, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce our next speakers. And I want to begin with Dr. Maisha Nguyen. Dr. Maisha T. Nguyen is the Excellence in Learning Professor in the Graduate School of Education, where she also serves as the Faculty Director of the Stanford Accelerator for Learning's Equity and Learning Initiative. She is the Principal Investigator for the Futuring for Equity Lab. Her scholarship examines how non-dominant youth and communities have developed literate trajectories across a range of historical and contemporary settings within and outside of formal schooling. She seeks to understand how communities that have been depicted as under-resourced create practices, processes, and institutions of their own, and what we can learn from these examples to build more just, more collaborative, and more equitable futures. Dr. Maisha T. Nguyen will be in conversation with two doctoral students here in the GSE. Misbah Nasir is a doctoral student in the Graduate School of Education at Stanford University, where she serves as the university supervisor in the Stanford Teacher Education Program and a research assistant in the Futuring for Equity Lab. Her research focuses on the experiences of teaching candidates of color in teacher education, examining strategies to better support aspiring teachers of color. She earned her BA in Political Science and Teaching credential and MA in Education from UC Davis. Prior to her doctoral studies, Nasir taught middle school history. And finally, Beth Bass is a second-year doctoral student in the Race and Equality in Language and Education program here at the Stanford Graduate School of Education. Beth is from Dallas, Texas, and earned a bachelor's degree in sociology, human rights, and political science from the Southern Methodist University, as well as a master's in sociology of education from Teachers College, Columbia University. Beth's research focuses on Black parent activism, school choice, and history of Black education in Texas. Their work employs oral history methodology, critical race theory, and Black geographies to examine Black schooling context. Beth's work as a youth worker, track coach, and Black studies teacher informs their research on race, space, and histories of Black education. So again, it is my pleasure to welcome these scholars to the front. Can we please have another round of applause for our first speakers?
We're so excited to be in conversation today.
I'm excited to be with you. I love these ladies so much. These are some terrific scholars I get to learn from and with. You have no idea. Such an honor.
Well, it's an honor to work with you. And we're so excited to talk about your new book, Futuring Black Lives. And we would love to know, you really introduced the readers to the Institute for Positive Education, EPAY. But to ground your work, you ask the questions, who are you and why are you here? So we want to know if you could tell us a little bit about your journey to this work and what drew you to this topic.
So I think it's really important to note that there were two experiences that I had in graduate school that sort of helped me get to this place where I thought about working on this as part of my program of research. One of those experiences happened here at Stanford when I was doing my master's, when we had the language literacy and culture program. And one of our professors assigned a reading. It was Elizabeth McHenry, who's a historian, and Shirley Bryce Heath, who's an anthropologist and was a professor here. They wrote an article called The Literate and the Literary, African Americans as Writers and Readers, looking at literary societies that were established actually during enslavement and post-enslavement, and they sort of took their time period up through roughly the 1940s. And just having that reading on the syllabus was so mind-blowing for me, because prior to that, most of the readings in literacy seem to situate Black learners in a deficit frame, right? And so even to have the literate and the literary African Americans as readers, writers, and readers. Even that, having that in the title, I remember thinking, something really different is happening right now in this class. And I had the opportunity to meet Shirley Bryce Heath because she was between here and Brown at the time, but she was here during my master's year, coming to ProSem. ProSem is good. Oh, it's not ProSem anymore. It's ideas. I just want you to know I was at the faculty table that came up with that acronym. So you make sure you enjoy it and you say it was a phenomenal idea. Okay, when you get the little review or whatever, the evaluation. Okay, sorry, I'm sidetracked. But anyway, so I got a chance to meet Shirley Bryce Heath and talk to her about this work. She, was an anthropologist, did this amazing 10-year study in the Piedmont Carolinas, looking at Black and white families and how they engage with literacy practices. And she was very, very committed to blowing up stereotypes and making sure those didn't show up in her work or other people's work. So that was one of the first things that happened, was reading that piece and thinking, wow, finally, there's some framing of Black literate lives that resonates for me, not just as a scholar, but as a person, like in my own life. And then there was a second experience that happened when I was in my PhD program at that other institution across the way. I'm just going to say at Berkeley. I love Berkeley. Did my PhD at Berkeley. And at the time, Glenda Hull, who is still on faculty at Berkeley, she was critical in getting the Center for Digital Storytelling to be housed in the School of Education during those, maybe my first couple of years as a grad student. And she encouraged us to take a class with them. So this was like early, like I know now you think, oh, digital storytelling, that's an old thing. But then this was like a really big deal. Nobody was doing digital storytelling. And so I took that class. And during that class, it came to me that I wanted to work on a digital story about a school, a Black community school that my parents had in Sacramento called Shule Jimamose. And this was a perfect opportunity for me to do some exploration. So growing up in Sacramento, I would go to the post office with my parents, to the grocery store with my parents, anywhere with my parents. And there were always these people coming up to them saying, oh, do you remember me? I went to your school. I went to Shule Jimamose. Oh, I volunteered at your school. Oh, my parents did something at your school. And, as a kid, you're sort of hearing these things, but you're not necessarily putting it all together. I knew that there was this beautiful house, this craftsman style house that we might drive past every now and then. And my parents would randomly say, oh, that's where we used to have our school. That's where we used to have our school. And so I had all this curiosity. I had little pieces of the story, but I never really sat to understand the fuller story about this school. And so taking this class, which is very interesting, that you spend a lot of time creating a script. So they take you through the process of storytelling and writing life stories. We use that book. And it was just a life-changing experience. So I interviewed, talked to my parents. I started going through the photos of the school that was established in the early 1970s. I learned that my parents' school was part of a larger movement and network of independent Black schools, which they called IBIs. There was actually a Council of Independent Black Institutions, CB. And my parents were very, very, here they were in little Sacramento, but they were inspired by schools in New York, a school called the East in Brooklyn, New York. They were inspired by the Institute of Positive Education and their school that was in Chicago, Illinois, the Hidiana Work Study Center, which was a school in New Orleans, Louisiana. So I started to connect these dots as I was learning about my parents' school, and I knew that I was onto something. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I was able to create this story that unearthed a little bit, just maybe a little bit of the story. And that's what kind of got me here.
Thank you for that. So this is a nice transition to our second question. Another central part of Featuring Black Lives highlights the archival contents that were collected by everyday people, including your own parents. In your book, you introduced this idea of being a citizen archivist. So what does it mean to be a citizen archivist, especially in a time where non-dominant communities are under attack?
Thank you for that question. So first and foremost, I want to give Angela Fritz, who is a librarian scholar, credit for the language citizen archivist. That's first and foremost. I learned about being a citizen archivist from her when she was a librarian at the University of Notre Dame. She led this project where they were trying to get students involved in telling the history of the university as opposed to just getting a one-sided story. So they were starting to capture even some of the harder, challenging stories that largely came from members of their community who were from non-dominant communities, who didn't experience the school maybe in the most affirming and positive ways. So she was working on that project, and I was a consultant on that project. So I learned about that term from her. So part of my parents, the late James and Cheryl Fisher, part of them building Shule Jemimose was to learn from the other institutions what they were doing. So this is a time when there's no Instagram, there's no Twitter X, there's no internet. So in order to find out what other people were doing, you did a couple things. You went to lots of meetings, lots of community events. They spent a lot of time in the San Francisco Bay Area, Oakland. My dad went to graduate school in New York, so he spent a lot of time in New York. And you go and you visit people's.
So we were talking about
I was talking about you. Yeah, no, don't you skip. Look how she tried to go past that. Beth, who is a historian, as you know. By the way, I want to say, part of having this archive that is personal, it's my family's archive, is you have to work with people who you can trust, and you can't put the materials in the hands of anyone. Vanessa Segundo and I worked very closely together. She's from Chicago, so she knew a lot of what was happening in Chicago. Beth is one of those partners. She's one of my thought partners, and she's working on digitizing this set of Black News newspapers that were published by the East Organization out of Brooklyn. The East Organization was created after the 1968 Ocean Hill-Brownsville teacher strike. And there were many African-American teachers who were part of the African-American Teachers Association that left the New York Department of Education. Some of them went and started a school called the Uhuru Sasa Shule, or the Freedom Now School. And so this newspaper, very intense newspaper, a tell it like it is newspaper, came out of there. They were published I feel like they were putting one like 2 out a week or something. And so my parents subscribed, meaning sent a check, and they would mail them. Some of them have, my parents' P.O. box on the back. And that set is now, Beth is working on digitizing them. And it's very interesting. They call out a lot of people. They're very self-critical of the community. They want parents and families to be focused on education, not the holidays. They are very kind of crass, and but it gives you a sense of what's happening. And then the different artists and the covers are just really powerful, but a lot of the focus is on education. And so I'm really excited about that. So we're working on digitizing those right now.
It's so important. And it kind of leads us into this next kind of question of, the discipline of history doesn't necessarily always focus on the future. And so we wanted to know a little bit about this methodological intervention that you call historiography for the future. And what does this mean? How do you introduce it to the book?
Yeah, so historiography for the future is inspired by a few different things. First and foremost, Robin D.G. Kelly's book, Freedom Dreams. When he revisited Freedom Dreams at the anthropology meetings, I think that was it was before the pandemic, either 2018 or 2019, the anthropology meetings were in San Jose. And I drove out to see Robin on a panel. And he actually referred to Freedom Dreams, which is his book on social movements that he wrote really for undergrads, because he wanted them to be able to read a historiography and not be bogged down by all of the endnotes that we have to use when we're writing historical work. And he referred to it as a future-oriented historiography, which I thought was really interesting. And basically what he meant by that was he was trying to help people use the past to think about what could potentially be next. And that really resonated for me. So that was one area. Another area that resonated for me was the notion of Afrofuturism. And here I'm thinking specifically about people like N.K. Jemisin or Itasha Womack. There's a really wonderful documentary called A Brief History of the Future. And Itasha Womack, who's an Afrofuturist writer, thinker, theorist, she talks about how many people who talk about the future assume that some apocalyptic thing has to happen for us to begin anew. And she said that one of the problems with that is that it's not acknowledging that a lot of non-dominant communities have already experienced apocalyptic things. So we've already had to start thinking about being new, liberation, our own freedom. And so that's another area, Afrofuturism, that really sort of has guided me. But then right before the pandemic, I actually spent some time at the Institute for the Future, which is a futures organization here in Palo Alto. They provide foresight training to largely corporate entities, but also different organizations, nonprofits. And I went there because I was really trying to think through this conceptual framework that I created for restorative justice and transformative justice work, where I offer these 5 pedagogical stances: history matters, race matters, language matters, justice matters, and futures matter. And I really wanted to flesh out futures matter beyond some of the education work that focuses on sort of college as the future and sort of that's it, like lots of college prep, and then we have nothing else. And so I really wanted to think about a more fully fleshed out future for young people and their families. So I went to and participated in the foresight training there. And during that time, my question first was something like, what is the future of Black children in schools? And then I realized over time that that wasn't really the right question. I think it went from that question to, what is the future of educating Black children? And I was like, that's not really the question either. And I realized that the question was, what is the future of Black education, period? Black education, the destination. And so there's a step in the foresight process that's called looking back to look ahead, which many of us would recognize in our different communities as Sankofa work, or there's indigenous knowledge ways of thinking about the relationship between history and futures. But the main premise is that in order to think about what's next, you have to acknowledge what has happened as well. So there are historians like Vanessa Siddlewalker, for example, who talk about how we can leverage historical data to help us think about what the possibilities are, or answering some of the most pressing questions that we have in education. We can take some time to think about what has happened. And I think especially during the Black Power and Black Arts movement, which I'm going to just sort of, for the sake of this, for this time together, mid 1960s on through the 70s, I feel like there were so many efforts that go unrecognized in education research. I mean, poets, organizers, artists, they were leveraging their art to create schools. So you had poets who didn't want just the hand claps and the high fives. They wanted to use their sort of poet celebrity, their literary celebrity, and their facility with language and words to move people, to actually get people to do work. So when you look at this, you have the Institute of Positive Education in Chicago, which was one of the co-founders was Haki Madhubuti, who was Donnell Lee, someone who's considered an architect of the Black arts movement. You had Tayari Kwa Salam and Kalamu Ya Salam, who were artists in New Orleans, who started Ahidiana. You had Amiri Baraka and Amina Baraka, who were part of the African Free School in Newark, New Jersey. So you had this beautiful relationship between the artists and the institution building. And so that to me is just sort of mind-blowing when you think about it. And so they were so future oriented. So their institutions, not only did they have schools, but they had healthy food eateries, okay? They were promoting veganism and vegetarianism back in the day. They were making sure that they had access to outdoors for children. So Institute of Positive Education in Chicago bought land in Michigan so they could take kids from Chicago out to the farm, learn what it's like to take care of your own land and introduce them to that kind of space. And they had publishing houses because they knew that they were going to have to tell their own stories and they were going to have to document themselves. These are all really future-oriented endeavors and activities. And I will say one more thing about Institute of Positive Education. Many of the people who were part of establishing the Institute of Positive Education, they were starting their own families and they were having kids. And they're like, we're not going to send our kids to some other preschool across town while we're doing this work in the community. Our kids are going to come to work with us. So parents didn't have to worry. I'm saying this as someone who had to, figure out, childcare, right? They were thinking so ahead of time. They were like, our babies are going to be here with us. If you need to stop and feed your baby, that's what you need to do. We're going to exercise here. We're going to embed our exercise time in our jobs. One of the institution builders told me, we used to go on runs together. We had times where we went on runs. So you don't come home from work and you're trying to figure out what you're going to eat. You're trying to figure out when you're going to get to pick up your kid. You want to work out. You want to cook dinner. They did all that together as a community so that when you come home, you can just rest and be home with your family. That's like radical right now. We don't really have that. Well, we do at some places, but at a lot of our workspaces, you don't really have those kinds of options. So futuristic.
Thank you for that. You briefly mentioned this role of a publishing house in ePay. A big part of this book is a deep dive into the Black Books Bulletin, the literary journal of the Institute of Positive Education. Can you walk us through some of the issues of the Black Books Bulletin and how they work to create positive images of Black lives for their readers?
Yeah, so I want to just say something about the cover of Featuring Black Lives. The art on the cover of Featuring Black Lives is an artist named Yaounde Olu. She had a lot of her art was published in the Black Books Bulletin literary journal, which was published by the Institute of Positive Education in Chicago. The journal was published quarterly 1971 to 1981, and then they did have some other issues that came out later in the 80s and even a paper that came out in the early 90s. So this was one of the covers. This was a 1976 cover for their issue that was entitled Black People in the Future, where they interview Maulana Karenga, who created what we now know as Kwanzaa. We think of Kwanzaa now as an African-American celebration, but the principles of Kwanzaa were not meant to be a celebration. They were meant to be a Black value system that tried to bring together what was potentially lost in the Middle Passage and in the scattering and the separation of Black people. So all of the different principles, umoja, unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, all of these different principles were meant to be a value system that was followed and adhered to throughout the year, not just the day after what is known as Christmas on December 26th through New Year's. So this issue interviewed Maulana Karenga, and something that he said in the interview was really, really interesting. He talked about how possibilities really come out of times of great precariousness. And I've been thinking about that a lot right now, just how we need to think about the different opportunities, things that are possible. Sometimes when things, you can have sort of a few different mindsets when things are not going your way, right? One could be a hopelessness, or another could be like, we could just have something so brand new and we could really create it and we have the tools. And so this cover is actually from Black Books Bulletin. So Black Books Bulletin was equal parts literary journal and also, I would say, social political commentary. They had special issues on Black psychology. Scholars like Naeem Akbar, Wade Nobles were publishing, Asa Hilliard were publishing in this journal perhaps before they were getting acknowledged by their own domains and areas. Now Dr. Akbar has citations, APA citations. That wasn't the case then. So you saw a lot of Black scholars early on in their careers. They were publishing in Black Books Bulletin. They had a ongoing annotated bibliography. They also had a special issue on like health and wellness. They had special issues on science and struggle. So they were thinking about technologies early on. And something that they had that I got very excited about and I write about in the book is an ongoing review of children's literature called Books for the Young. And Books for the Young was such an incredible contribution to this journal because they wanted to review books that they thought were either detrimental to the ways in which Black people, Black children identified and saw themselves. So these are children's books that they thought had racial, very highly racialized characters and images, really kind of just leaning on stereotypes or inserting Black characters into sort of white spaces. And they were also promoting children's literature that was written by, for, and about Black children from these different institutions. And so it was a very powerful tool. They wanted parents to be reading this, guardians, educators, teachers. At one point, they started having children write reviews of the literature, which was really amazing. They also realized that they needed to publish more children's literature because there wasn't enough children's literature that centered children from non-dominant communities. So the journal was just this incredible conversation piece, also dialogue about what we need to be doing across different domains. And so this notion of futuring that I'm offering, that I've been thinking about, is really thinking about how you're intentional about self-determined acts across domains such as education, economic prosperity, wellness, and those really show up across the different Black Books Bulletin Journal issues, which are all in the Shule Jumamosi archive. Again, a full set of these journals are in the archive.
I love that you're bringing this to children, because that is what we kind of really loved about the book. We talked extensively, Miss and I, about what it meant to have these intergenerational spaces, which you talk about in the book. And we were kind of wondering, Black institution builders, they valued working in intergenerational spaces and communal spaces with elders and children and in between, and they invited each other to learn from each other. And we were wondering, what does it mean to learn across different generations, and how might this help us in the future as we are in communities of learners?
Thank you so much for that question. I keep thinking about how last year, with the Stanford Accelerator for Learning's Equity and Learning Initiative, I had our inaugural Distinguished Practitioner in Residence, Robert Hoover, who is a 93-year-old elder from East Palo Alto, who was part of these independent Black school movements. He was part of the Nairobi Day Schools that were established in East Palo Alto, and he was the inaugural president of the Nairobi College, which was established in 1969. This was after he did a lot of work with the College of San Mateo. And Mr. Hoover really sort of helped us last year, visiting classes, talking to students. He was a part of RILE last year. He really talked us through what it was like to have these community meetings. They always rotated in people's homes. People always brought their children. So the children are learning in real time what it means to be civically engaged. You didn't get a babysitter, or you didn't drop the kids off at daycare. Your kids came with you when you organized. Your kids came with you to the meetings. You know how many meetings I went to with my parents? Things that had nothing to do with kids. There was, how now they might have a basket of toys, a few kids books. There was no child-centered, child-friendly. You just went with your parents to whatever the thing was. And maybe that's why my generation picked up a lot of these ideas, because we were expected to be sitting up there, and they might give us a notebook and ask us to write some things down too. That's what my dad would do. You need to write something down. I better see some notes. I should have told Zafir, sorry, my son's here. I should have told him to bring his notebook and write down some notes. But the kids went to all of these things. So they were in real time learning what what they should be doing. They were in real time seeing their parents who had worked all day now come to somebody's house to meet, to organize. In Mr. Hoover's case, they were working on getting East Palo Alto incorporated. That was a 20-year venture. And through that time, they had many dinners with many other families with their children. And it was very powerful. But in the case with the Institute of Positive Education, and certainly many of the other independent Black institutions, having elders was critical. My great-grandmother was one of the speakers at my parents' school. I still have pictures from her visit. She came, she talked about her travels in Liberia, West Africa. She talked about what it was like, for her growing up. And that was an expectation that you would bring elders in to come and talk and be in conversation. And also the fact that children were also seen as experts. There's a wonderful historian named Vincent Willis who talks about young people of the civil rights movement as what he calls audacious agitators. We sometimes forget that children are really the heroes of all of the stories around Brown, civil rights. Even when you think about the Black Power movement, those Black News newspapers, for example, when I interviewed G2 Wiusi, who was one of the people who created Black News newspaper, he told me that newspaper wouldn't have been circulated had it not been for students. Students in Brooklyn got those newspapers to Harlem, to the Bronx, to all the different areas in Manhattan where they thought people would read them. The young people were at the center of these movements. When Mr. Hoover told us about the Nairobi College, he said they started Nairobi College because the students came to him and said, okay, thank you for the Nairobi schools. We now need a college. And he said, no, we don't have any money. How are we going to do that? And they said, no, we need a college. And it was because of those young people and their expectations that they had of the adults to be a part of the solution that the adults took that very seriously. So we wouldn't even have so much of this progress had it not been for young people.
Thank you for that. Kind of building off of that, a pretty notable and I think striking quote in this book is from Haki Madhubuti, who says that the most important asset of a people is its young. Without children, there is no continuation, there is no future. So when we think about our preferred futures, what does it mean to treat children as a community's most important asset?
So that quote is in a lot of places. One of the places that I'm thinking about is on one of the covers of Black Books Bulletin, winter 1972, there was a special issue on children and education. And so Haki Madhubuti's quote was right on the cover. So this notion that children are our most important asset. What would it look like and feel like if we believe that children were or are our most important asset? When I think about that, it gives me chills, first of all. We don't have a future without our young people. We need them to be civically engaged. We need them to have access to lots of different ways of knowing and being. We have to create that space for them. And so what I thought was really powerful, and I talk about this in the book, especially with the journal that may seem like it's for adults, at the end of the day, I think through the Institute of Positive Education, through Black Books Bulletin, their premise was, if you're not about the work of the children, you're not doing anything. If you're not figuring out how to get information, access opportunities to children, then you're not about anything. So we can have all this intellectual banter, we can write these fancy articles, but if we're not figuring out what to do for children, then we're really doing nothing. And I think that's really it.
I think that's a great segue into our next kind of topic. We wanted to know about resources for K through 12 educators and what that looks like tangibly for children right now.
So I might turn the tables a little bit here because MISPA and Beth have been in the K-12 classroom space more recently than I have. And when I went to them and talked to them about helping create a curricular guide or companion for Futuring Black Lives. By the way, the book is here. There's some here. They were I can't think of two better people to do this work. So I might turn around and ask them a few questions. So these two have worked so diligently on creating a companion for the book that could be used. Actually, I wouldn't even just say K through 12. I think I'm going to use some of the guiding questions in my classes. There's some really great guiding questions, some really great work. The QR code will take you, it's downloadable PDF, beautiful color, beautiful art by Dakare Akil, collage artist. So his work is interspersed there. It's really beautiful. I guess maybe I might want to ask you, since you were in the classroom more recently than I have been, what ways do you see being able to leverage elements of the book in classroom spaces? Especially, I might start with Mispa, who was teaching social studies not too long ago. Yeah.
Thank you for that. First off, I want to thank you both for this wonderful conversation, and thank Beth for, it was truly a joy to make that curriculum guide and did not feel like work at all. I really loved getting the opportunity to read the book and think about it as a former teacher. And something that I really, really resonated with was this idea of being a citizen archivist and the many questions that we could pose to our students using that frame. This book really invites readers to look at themselves and their own communities and really look at the resources and stories that are embedded within them. And so a really great activity that we created as part of this curriculum guide was this notion of history in your own home and communities, and having students, whether that be interviewing people in their own lives, or looking through their own homes and finding artifacts, really facilitating these intergenerational conversations. Something that Maisha has often talked to us about is the experience of interviewing her own father, and how that was really a really precious moment for you. And so then thinking about that as a teacher and encouraging our students to do that, because it's one of those things that when you do lose somebody, and I thought about this a lot with my grandma, and now that I don't get the opportunity to have that, what it would mean if maybe a teacher had encouraged me to do that, you know, in middle school, in high school, right, even in college. And so to me, as an educator, it really is important that we are pushing our students to think really beyond like this state sanctioned curriculum, and also really tying all these broader ideas into their own home lives and recognizing that there is a lot of wisdom within their own communities and homes. So I really hope that that's a big takeaway as part of this curricular guide.
Yeah, I think Mispa, that's, first of all, I loved working with Mispa on this project. I think it was the funnest thing I got to do the entire year last year. We really did have a ball creating this curriculum, and we thought so much about like what it was like teaching students and what it would be like to have this in the hands of educators. And I think to the point of like thinking about oral histories, and I kind of want to show everyone, if that's okay, because we can show and tell. But I kind of want to show everyone one portion of it.
Also, let me shout out my dear sister, Lisa Wong Jackson and Good on Paper Designs, who helped with the final formatting of it. She did an amazing job, right? Yeah.
So first of all, the art, Miss Lisa Wong, so incredible. I wanted to show first some of the work that Mispa was mentioning. There's an activity, of course, history in your own home, where you're able to see the interview questions, and students are able to walk through this portion. My favorite portion was a part of the Black Books Bulletin, as Dr. Wen talked about creating these positive images for students. We were able to incorporate, because Dr. Wen has done her due diligence as a historian to be able to have permission to have them in this guide, but for them to be able to look at this archival documents and these artifacts and look at the covers of the Black Books Bulletin.
Can you scroll so they can see the cover of the book, where it came from? So that's the Black People in the Future issue that the cover came from.
Isn't that beautiful? So we got to see these, and students are able to interact with these covers. And then we challenge them to really think about what is the future of Black education and what does it look like for them. And we challenge them to do some artwork and do some drawing and create Black Book bulletins covers of their own. So they're able to engage with the past, the present, and the future while engaging with this activity. So Miss and I had the funnest of time, as you can see. Isn't this an incredible way to just engage with past, presents, and futures? And so that's our little show and tell. But let me move this back here.
Okay, I thank you all for joining us. I think we're gonna take a few minutes to open it up to the audience if there's any questions.
Before this man asks a question, sorry, I got to my mic first. Tunde is our current distinguished practitioner in residence in the Stanford Accelerator for Learning's Equity and Learning Initiative. Yes, we can clap. Who, to me, is a part of this transition from having Mr. Hoover providing a historical understanding of organizing and activism on the peninsula toward what this next generation is doing on the peninsula in the name of making sure that young people have access, and elders. Talk about intergenerational. His Street Code Academy really started with making sure that elders and working folks had access to these new skills that are hard to acquire in tech. And then in taking his own children, realize, oh, the kids need a program too. So he is an example of what these Black institution builders were trying to do. Intergenerational, making sure people have what they need, figuring out from the community what they need instead of just determining it, but really listening and looking out. So I'm very excited. He's going to be with us all year. We're going to be learning from him. He's going to be visiting classes. Super excited to have him. So,
thank you for that. And thank you for this conversation. It's so powerful. My knees are bouncing for a lot of this stuff, particularly for the last part that you just mentioned, which the activities are so inspiring. As a father, as a son, as a grandson, how precious would it be to have our own book cover, to have art that shows? And I think, to me, and I'm just letting you singing the praise a bit about this idea and this activity, because to me, there's two powerful things that I think it does. One is that what you mentioned, it counters the attacks on this kind of state government. You just center the student so richly in a way that counters that. And then two, I don't think it's particular to any culture or race or person. This is about centering what is important for you and your family. And I just appreciate that and can't wait to do that with my own family and the families that we get to work with. So thank you. And then the second question is around, or the question really is around, what did you learn from, even let's take this last, I think Black Books. What was the Black Book?
Black Books Bulletin.
The Black Books Bulletin. Even that, for example, that I would assume is not around, right? The Nairobi schools are not around, right? So you have these Black institution builders, of which had an end date. And I don't know if they had that on purpose or not, but as we think about what we're doing with building institutions, or what we're doing even with these stories, right? Let's imagine this goes out and there's hundreds of thousands of classrooms and families that do this. Are there thoughts around how you preserve this to last?
Yeah, so many great questions. I asked, thank you so much, Beth. I asked Beth to cue us to the current images of the creators of the Institute of Positive Education, many of whom also did some work with Black Books Bulletin, because they're still going strong. Haki Madabuti, Carol Lee, who's Professor Emerita from Northwestern, and the outgoing President of National Academy of Education, Alfredo Artiles, is incoming. Jabari Mahiri, who's a professor at UC Berkeley in the School of Ed. Soyini Walton and Dr. Kimia Moyo. And Dr. Kimia Moyo is still She was the lead math teacher in the early 70s at Institute of Positive Education. She's now back in her native Cleveland, Ohio, and she's still, guess what, teaching math and teaching teachers math. As a matter of fact, she was here a couple years ago for Joe Bowler's Math Institute. So she's still learning, she's still retooling. So I say all this, Tunde, to say that, to borrow from Haki Madhubuti, the movement has never ended. So Institute of Positive Education is still in effect. The Third World Press is still, they're celebrated. Institute of Positive Education celebrate 58 years this year. So I just talked to Haki Madhubuti. He's like, get ready to come for the 60th. So I'm getting ready to come for the 60th. Okay, that means they will be here. They're planning to be around. Their African-centered preschool, the new concept school, is still here. When I think about Black news newspaper out of the East, while the East isn't here, a beautiful documentary was just created about their contributions. The African Arts Festival in Brooklyn is a descendant of the East organization. So that festival started as like a parent event in front of the East, and it still is in effect. And if you are running for any office in that area, you have to show up at the African Arts Festival. So it's still very much an institution. As you know, Mr. Hoover, they may not have the Nairobi schools, but he does work with his East Palo Alto Junior Golf Academy and with Live in Peace. So it does, so the work, I guess what I want to say is the work may have a different name, the organizations may have a different name, but the work continues. And I would say that even for the institutions that are no longer here, I talk about this in the last chapter of the book, for the institutions that sort of close their doors, if you will, it doesn't mean that their work didn't show up in some other way. Kalamu Salam, who had the Ahidiana school in New Orleans, they actually created a remembrance site. If you look up Ahidiana, they have a site that has all of their primary source documents from their schools. Why do they have that? Because they're saying, if you want to do something like this, here's everything we did. Here's everything we wrote. Here's how we thought about this. And they made this offering to the public so that people could do the work in their way, right? And so that's what I think is very powerful, is how these institution builders understand or understood that things are going to change, and we're going to get new tools, and we're going to do this work in really different ways. But we're going to document what we do so that all of you can do it your way. But we'll let you know what we did, but we expect for you to put your own spin on it.
I wanted to ask, oh, thank you. I wanted to ask, since you talk about leveraging familial like artifacts and knowledge to like keep stories alive and recognizing histories within our own families, would you say that at this time that might be a more effective way to approach like combating the recent pushback about teaching these stories in class, and teaching like Black historical experiences? And if you could talk a little more about that and how you see that fitting into this.
That's a really good question. So something that I'm thinking about in my mind right now is I just saw that Solange, the musician, just launched the St. Heron Library. She has launched an online library of rare Black periodicals, and you can check them out digitally, and they're available for people. It's a pretty amazing collection, and what she's created online is outstanding. I think that we have to do more of that. And when I think about one of the things that we can really learn from these Black institution builders is that, you know, they didn't always have access to all the things that we have access to, which is why they started their own things. And I think we have to start thinking that way. So what would you do if you didn't have access to the library, to the museum? That's how I'm thinking. What if I couldn't get to a special collection? What if that was off limits to me? What knowledge am I generating for myself and for people around me who care about these issues so that they can continue to think and engage with this work? So that to me is the next step with the Shule Jemimose archive, is thinking about the ways in which we make aspects of it public so that other people can do research or ask questions about the material and engage in lines of inquiry about it that go beyond even where we could take it. Okay.
Thank you so much. Oh, we have one more question. maybe two. Okay, we can do 2 more questions. How about?
You know, you got to let Roy ask a question now. Come on.
I'll be short. Thank you, fantastic panelists. I was really thrilled to have your dialogue. Thanks for designing it that way. So weaving a connection between Jonathan Rosa's introductory talk yesterday, where he highlighted that our discourse on ethnic studies, if it only focuses on content of the curriculum, would be misguided. He emphasized that it's really all about understanding the struggle to define that content, the socio-political activities that struggle to define its intellectual substance and its pedagogy. So the question is, how were you able, if you were through your archival work and collections, to document the struggle, not only the content?
Thank you so much. That's such a great question. I also want to say that during this time period, the notion of struggle and the word struggle was like a badge of honor. So to struggle was a gift. If you got to struggle with young people, if you got to struggle to create, you were actually very fortunate, because that meant you were thinking and you were pushing yourself. And I learned that from the oral histories that went alongside the content. You can't just look at the content and not talk to people. One of my mentors is the historian Vanessa Siddlewalker, and she talks about how in historical ethnography, you've got the artifacts, but you've got the people. And I was very fortunate to interview the people behind the materials. So part of that was, she said, stop everything you're doing, interview your father. So I'm really glad that I did that, because I lost him in June. So the fact that I had a chance to sit with him and learn everything I could about this archive, about the school, about the materials, was a very powerful experience. I got to interview Hakimata Buti, Kimia Moyo, Jabari Mahiri, Soyini Walden, all of these people who were involved in Institute of Positive Education, their lead science teacher, their lead math teacher, and then brought them back to the table after everything was written to have the post conversation, to keep the conversation going. So they were out spring, not last year, the year before, and we got to record those conversations because it's ongoing. So you put the artifacts in conversation with the people. So you need both. And also, I think what's important is you have, I don't know if any of you know this archival resource called the History Makers. It's a set of interviews. You can access them through different libraries. We definitely can access it through Stanford. And a lot of the people who were a part of my book, they had been interviewed there. So it's also really nice to get to see interviews in different places. And because we have things like YouTube and other kinds of tools, I can access archival interviews with other people. So I don't just depend on my interviews, but I like to see how people tell certain stories over time and in different contexts. So that's a very powerful experience, to not just look at your own or listen to your own interviews, but also see what people said in different contexts with other people, what other people were able to bring out with them.
Okay, I have a little bit of a softball question. So mentioning Afrofuturism, I also thought about Sun Ra, the musician. And I was wondering if you ever had a chance to watch A Joyful Noise, the documentary about him, and if you had any thoughts about, you know, Afrofuturism then, how, as it was as a concept, and now.
You know, I am so glad that you brought up Sun Ra, because I had this funny part of the interview with my father, where he talked about he and my mom actually had a chance to go see Sun Ra. And he said it was so wild. They were like, what's happening? What's going on? They said he came out, he had this sort of gold cape, and he was talking about second stop Jupiter. And they were like, what? You know? But he said what Sun Ra did was he brought the struggle a little bit of relief. That in the middle of the struggle, to remember to be a creator and an innovator, and to have ideas that are so out there, was such a gift that you can't stop creating in the middle of struggle. right? And that is what I think Sun Ra represented during that time. He spent a lot of time in Chicago. There's a beautiful book called Sun Ra Chicago. And what I love about it is they talk a lot about how, you know, a lot of histories of the city of Chicago really talk about, you know, post-industrial cities, a city that had heavy burdens on its shoulders, but they don't necessarily talk about the creativity and the futuristic elements of the city, what people were creating in the midst of this blight. And Chicago had its own Black arts movement. They call it the Chicago Black Arts Movement. And Sun Ra was there a little bit before that, but he certainly paved the way with his music. And so just the thought of like bringing a sense of relief to the struggle, a reminder that we should never stop that innovation and never stop creating and using our imaginations, I think is very powerful.
Okay, thank you so much, Beth, Ms. and Dr. Wynn. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you for the very insightful, important conversation that we got to witness. We wish we can continue listening more, but we take consolation in the fact that you'll be with us and we can catch up at other times during today. Thank you all again for being here, for engaging with us this morning and for the rest of the day. This book, such an important contribution. And we actually have a little book giveaway that Gabriela is gonna announce. I hope I win. I hope I get one.
So thank you, Dr. Wynn, for being so gracious enough to give us a set of copies. We really wanted to thank participants who were here yesterday and today. So we've been monitoring the room, the Zoom room. We also got you. So as I name folks, if you need to take a break, also remember to do so. But we'll find you. Dr. Ramon will be handing out the books, starting with Asante Spencer. Let him know where you are so you can get one. Joaquin Delgado. Margaret Peterson. Sorry, Ramon, you gotta choose. Maria Jose. I know. Roy P. Rosalilia Mendoza. Olatunde Sobomehin. Yeah. Tyron Shu. And Brian Brown. Now, for those who are on Zoom, I want to make sure that you know we will get this book to you because we have your information. Juan Gamboa, Jacqueline Rivera Orellana, Rebecca Tarlau, B. Baron, Cindy Lim, and Ev Gilbert. Thank you so much for being here.
Our very own Dr. Maisha Wynn, you may remember from a few minutes ago.
Don't worry, I'm not giving the keynote too. But I do have the absolute honor to introduce my academic brother, Professor Patrick Kamignan, today. Yeah. It is really difficult to know where my history or story with Dr. Kamignan begins. I count myself as one of the most fortunate people in the academy because I have had a front row seat in Professor Kamignan's journey and have been touched by his intellectual contributions to the field. He was the first scholar to introduce me to The Miseducation of the Filipino by Renato Constantino, which aided in my journey to think about the important Black Asian solidarity work toward liberation. Professor Kamignan also gave me a glimpse into my restorative justice future through his research video shot in a Los Angeles classroom, showing young people talking through issues and solving problems without adult intervention. And most recently, I have been the beneficiary of his powerful thinking as he and I work very, very closely on the American Educational Research Association presidential program. He's the program co-chair for the annual meeting that will be in Los Angeles in April 2026. Professor Kamignan is a professor of teacher education at the University of San Francisco. Prior to joining the faculty at USF, he earned his PhD in urban schooling at UCLA. A former National Council of Teachers of English Cultivating New Voices, or CNV Fellow, and National Academy of Education Spencer Foundation Postdoctoral Fellow, Professor Kamenyan is a highly sought after scholar and educator. He has also served as the co-director of the Urban Education and Social Justice Credential and Master's Program. I just met 2 of his students from that program who are here, 2 alum, and was also awarded the Distinguished Teaching Award at USF. In his 2013 manuscript, Teach Like Lives Depend on It, Agitate, Arouse, and Inspire, it's one of my favorite pieces, Professor Kamenyan asserts, humanizing pedagogies protect people from the current contradictions confronting them, be it self-hate, sexual objectification, overexploitation, gentrification, the prison industrial complex, or police brutality. Humanizing pedagogies even educate young people on how to have empowering racial, gendered, and class-based relationships with one another. Meaning we must be much more mindful to understand intersecting systems of oppression, even centering gender and sexuality in our process towards humanization that currently privileges race and class struggles. I say this first with myself in mind. And that's the kind of amazing scholar that Patrick Kamenyan is. He's that rare scholar who's not only respected and admired for his scholarship, but also for his humanity and ability to self-reflect. So I asked Professor Kamenyan a few questions because I like to ask people 3 questions when I introduce them. One question I asked was, if he had a theme song or an anthem, what would it be? So the song that he chose is Ruby Ibarra's Us. Does anybody know? Anybody know? Okay, because if you haven't heard this song, I'm so glad that you brought it into my realm. It's an ode to Filipinx women that he says gives him chills and great pride. And when I listened to it, I heard the refrain, they got nothing on us. And I thought, indeed, this embodies my brother. And when I asked Dr. Kamenyan if he could put a book into the hands of any young person, what would it be? Guess what book he shared? Assata, the autobiography. We just lost Assata Shakur. And he shared that he taught her book several times. And while the autobiography of Malcolm X changed his life, Assata seemed more engaging to the youth that he taught across generations. He said that her narrative style was lucid, her political analysis powerful, and she did a powerful job situating her experiences in something much larger than herself. And finally, I asked Professor Kamenyan what gives him hope, especially today. And he shared the anti-oppressive social movements and cultural phenomenon in the US and in the international political crisis is on full display. And all of the youth, students, and critical masses worldwide are willing to renounce their relationships to the status quo because of the risk of losing access to it is more beneficial to society than the rewards given to people when they conform. And they are doing ways that are also inclusive, intersectional, and inspirational. And he said he's learning so much from the people as he is an emerging elder. I'm gonna put elder in quotes because he said elder. I don't know if he's an elder, but okay, he said he's an elder, so we'll let him have an elder. So please join me in welcoming my dear friend and colleague, Patrick Kamenyan.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to begin by thanking you, Maisha, so much for the care and detail you put together for that introduction. That would have taken me much longer than I gave you answers to questions for to put together. But even just beyond that, you've been an incredible friend, mentor, colleague that has taught me so much about what it means to be our full selves in this work. I want to thank you for including me. Hello. All right. I want to thank you so much for including me in so many of your projects. After having met me at a time when I wasn't the most sort of refined kind of professionals, that even though I had like a scathing critique and used a lot of profanity, you saw enough qualities in my humanity and experience as a teacher to include me in not only your work but to introduce me to your family. We went to breakfast with Zafir and Obasi when they were at a young age, and I remember you teaching me that maybe we shouldn't use so much profanity in front of young children. And I say teach me because I tried to unlearn how much profanity I used in the unfolding future, because I didn't want to have that. I didn't want to teach people that that's the only. I'm still cursed. That's the only way to express ourselves when we're upset. And so thank you for all of that. And the last thing I'll say in thanking you is you once said something to the effect of, a lot of me reminds me somewhat of your father, if not just about being a Raider fan, maybe in other aspects. Thank you all. But after, hearing much more about your father recently, reading his 2 obituaries, if, the way I feel is if I can be even accomplish a fraction of what he did as an educator, an activist, and as a family and community member, then I would be, dozens times more proud of how I left the earth. So thank you. I also want to just quickly thank Ramon for being a good friend of mine as well. He knew me when I was less refined than when I met Maisha. And despite cursing so much in our grad classes as first-year doctoral students at UCLA in 2004, we chose each other as good friends, and I appreciate being invited to speak at, I think, the first RILE that you organized, right? So thank you, Ramon. I love you too. I love you both. 2 of the kindest colleagues I have in the profession. All right. So just in general, I just want you to know that I'm coming with sort of this experience of having taught 10 years in LA Unified. I taught 6 years in Oakland Unified as a university professor. And then for 10 years, I worked with Ashley Williams, who was my direct boss, who I reported to in a program called the UCLA VIP Scholars Program, where we worked with high school youth in sort of like critically conscious college readiness. And Ashley is now the director of summer programs here. So this is kind of the background of professional experience that I'll be speaking with today, and as well as being a teacher educator at the University of San Francisco since 2008. So all of this kind of what Dolores Delgado Bernal calls cultural intuition, or Tarioso calls community cultural wealth, is sort of present as I share with you a lot of my work today. So, I want to shout out or salute all my students or former students who are here today. You've heard probably 5 different iterations of this talk, but the talk is titled From Coping to Hope and Teaching Students to Thrive Through Social Trauma. And it's really something that I started thinking about a long time ago when Jeff Duncan Andrade and I started co-teaching together at Fremont High School in Oakland through something we called the HOPE Project, where we turned to the health sciences, epidemiology, psychology, psychiatry, social work, public health, to inform our approach to critical pedagogy in so-called urban schools. And, something that the health sciences taught us early on was that there was this thing called the social indicators of health, which is, I guess you could say, is like a social indicator of academic achievement. And so if you look at chapter 1 of the Art of Critical Pedagogy, Ernest Morel and Jeff Duncan Andrade kind of make this argument. They say that this idea that urban schools are failing is untrue. It's a lie, right? Because if you tell us the demographic of a school, generally speaking, the racial demographic, the gender demographic, the class demographic, so on and so forth of a school, then you could, generally speaking, predict the academic achievement of that school. And so if that's true, that you could generally predict the academic achievement of a school based on this demographic, then this idea that urban schools are failing is not true, because that data tells us instead that urban schools, or public schools in general, are in fact highly effective at doing what they were designed to do. Right? So that's a social indicator of academic achievement. But then there's also, relatedly, a social indicator of health. And the social indicators of health teach us that if you tell us the demographic of a community, again, then generally speaking, you can predict the health condition of a community. And then, through a lot of
public health research, we know that those who are at the behest of economic inequality, racism, sexism, heteronormativity, homophobia, ableism, those who are sort of vulnerable to those intersecting systems of oppression are disproportionately exposed to, the big four diseases: type 2 diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and heart disease, right? So there was a epidemiologist at Cal Berkeley whose work we look closely at, named Leonard Syme, emeritus professor at this point, I believe, who in his research found that one mediating, I guess, emotion that could disrupt the vulnerability to those big four diseases by those who are multiply marginalized is what he called hope, which he defined as a sense of control over your life. So if you had people who were, working poor, surviving poor, working class, who were people of color, gender non-binary, or queer, or physically disabled, or neurodivergent, to offset their exposure to the big four diseases, the best way to do that is to put them in a position to gain a sense of control against those interlocking systems of oppression. So that's where this idea of hope in this title comes from. And so if you look at the sort of pre-colon title, it goes from coping to hoping, right? And so this idea of coping, right? You think about social oppression, all the different ways people cope, not cope or maladaptively cope with social oppression. The argument that I'm making here is that we, in order to do that, the best way to teach students to go from coping, not coping, or maladaptively coping with the social oppression that they might be confronted with on a day-to-day basis is to teach them in ways that how to have a sense of control over their life. What Jeff Duncan Andrade later added the word critical to hope, which is sort of a critical, a collective anti-oppressive sense of control over our lives. And I think setting those conditions up allow us to teach students to thrive, which I'll explain later on in this presentation. All right, but just a few disclaimers that I just want to put out there. That so toxic stress and social trauma, or even trauma, psychological trauma, all that is not inherent to multiply marginalized people. That it is instead the harm, the structural harm, the systemic harm that a lot of multiply marginalized people experience is systemic. It's historic. It's history that's present in the moment when gone unaddressed. Second disclaimer is that too often we think of trauma or social trauma or PTSD or any kind of those things from a deficit perspective, right? So we use, too often times people use what Eve calls damage-based narratives to talk about people with these sort of, traumas. But Resma Menakem or Candace Valenzuela actually remind us that social trauma can be a source of self and social transformation that inform our cultural mistrust in a world that despises our humanity. And those are actually assets that protect us from conforming into a system that is at odds with the history and dignity of multiply marginalized people. At the same time, Sean Ginwright will teach us that. So all this sort of navigating these historically, socially oppressive social conditions has informed so much of the intergenerational wisdom that Maisha talked about on the panel, in her book. So many of us talk about learning from our elders, our ancestors, the wisdom of social movements before us. And that intergenerational wisdoms have come from multiply marginalized people who have effectively sort of navigated legacies of social toxicity. Sean Ginwright also teaches us that even if we have trauma, however we define this trauma, we are not, as multiply marginalized people, defined by this trauma. We also have a lot of happiness, a lot of connection, a lot of community, a lot of navigational capital, a lot of aspirations, a lot of joy, a lot of sort of humanity, spirituality that make up the whole of our humanity that more accurately describes who we are as people. And even if we, might experience some kind of trauma, it doesn't give educators a license for low expectations. Too oftentimes, teachers will come to like trauma-informed trainings, healing-centered trainings, and will show a little bit more empathy, supposed empathy to their students. And a student might come in frustrated, upset, or just disengaged. And because they have this idea that this student is experiencing trauma, won't expect them to sort of learn, listen, engage in ways that they deserve to access the same level of education teachers have access in order to even teach in the first place. And then lastly, the fact that students show up to school on a day-to-day basis, despite many students show up to school on a day-to-day basis, despite having to navigate social conditions that would destabilize so many of the adults teaching them, is evidence of their ability to survive. And it's that resilience that we can leverage as opportunities for them to learn. All right, so it's not the reason we should teach them with different expectations than we teach others. It's actually the reason we should have higher expectations for them to learn in ways that benefit the people they love the most. All right, disclaimers aside. So when I think about social trauma, for me, we just have to remember, as I said in the first disclaimer, that it's systemic, it's historic, it's history and social inequality present in the moment, usually in our bodies. And so we think about social trauma here, and we think about structural violence here. Structural violence creates social toxicity, which then lead to social trauma. So when I think about structural violence, there's so many ways we can think about structural violence, right? So structural violence, let's just take one aspect of social structural violence in terms of like colonization. And so the way I understand this from a historical point of view is that the United States, right, this social construct of the United States was birthed off the genocide of indigenous people, the enslavement of Africans, and the feudal exploitation of people and people of color throughout the world. This country was born off of social oppression. And when we think about how that relates to the structural violence of schooling and the role that cultural miseducation plays, then we should know that ethnic people, people of color, multiply marginalized people worldwide are not generally poor or poorer, right? Poorer, because we did poorly on standardized tests. We're not. There's no wealth gap because the people at the supposed bottom of this wealth gap lack financial literacy because we didn't pay attention in math. It's not because we didn't access higher paying jobs by performing quote unquote poorly in science. The primary reason ethnic people throughout the world are generally poorer than our European counterparts is because we have been alienated from resources, ways of knowing, spiritual practices, language repertoires, and ways of knowing that are inherently ours. The basis of our wealth and educational gap or educational gap is because we have had our resources and all of that stolen, and we've been alienated from getting it back. And so that is one aspect of structural violence on top of political violence, economic violence, religious violence, so on and so forth. And so here you have this vertical violence, which then creates this kind of horizontal violence or social toxicity, what James Garbarino calls social toxicity in his book called Raising Children in Socially Toxic Environments. And so social toxicity, could be, violence, displaced violence, disrupted relationship, exposure to traumatic events, and economic pressure. Oh, wait up. Some of you are probably wondering, why is there a picture of crabs in a barrel? Let me go back and explain that because I forgot to explain that. And so I use this picture of crabs in a barrel to talk about structural violence, social toxicity, and social trauma, to describe, inequitable social conditions or structural violence. And so there's a former rapper, rest in peace, named Nipsey Hussle, who did an interview where he talked about crab on crab violence. And he talked about that and maybe rethink this idea of, black on black violence, brown on brown violence, red on, red violence, yellow, violence. And instead think about this idea of like crab on crab violence. And so, if you know that a crab in its natural habitat, sort of running free and exploring life, kind of happy, little, go lucky. And, in their natural habitat, crabs will cooperate with one another to benefit the ecology of the species. Crabs in their natural habitat will cooperate to benefit the ecology of the species. But when you put crabs in a barrel, you see one crab, figure it out and climb its way out, and another crab will see this crab, and it'll seem like it's pulling this crab down, but it's not just simply, quote unquote, hating on a crab's freedom as much as it is also seeking to find freedom for itself. And so this kind of, horizontal violence comes as a result of this vertical violence. And so the only violence you see among crabs comes as a result of having been put in this barrel in the first place. So the only horizontal violence you see comes as a result of this systemic historic violence that's gone unaddressed. And so when you think about these crabs in a barrel, what I like about this metaphor is that it forces us to ask the question, what is this barrel and who put the crabs in the barrel in the first place? And so I try to explain, colonization as sort of one aspect of the barrel. And so here you have this horizontal violence or social toxicity, and you have these sort of people who have been put in this, who had been put in a place with limited resources, limited, access to knowledge itself, limited access to connection to others, limited financial resources, limited social support. And so they're put in this sort of confined space to compete for a limited set of resources. And, when you're competing for a limited set of resources, you might have to hustle a little here, you might need to bip a little there, you might need to, curse a person out there, you might need to, engage in all this sort of stuff. Because when you're broke, I'm pretty sure some of you know what it's like to be broke. When you're broke, it compromises so many of your relationships. I don't get along with my mom. You always want money. Shit, I just started this job, right? It compromises. Sorry, Zafir. So it compromises the relationship you have with sorry for the cursing. It compromises the relationship you have with your partner, with your spouse, because you weren't able to, maybe do something for the family that you might have promised, but then things change when in 2022, there's all of a sudden 25% inflation, right? There's all these different things that get compromised when you have a limited set of resources. And so all this violence that we use, right, when we're kind of lurking around trying to see which car we could break into to get a little, whatever, so that we can maybe afford to live at this place that is beginning to push me out, despite generations of my family haven't been here, right? That's that displaced violence. The kind of anger that we put on the people closest to us is really this anger we have at the system that put us in here to begin with. And that's social toxicity, vertical violence. And then the impact of that the horizontal violence is social trauma. And there's so many ways we can think about like social trauma, but or how we could think about mental health in general inside of this barrel, this bucket of the United States. So some people, if they have a lot of protective factors, maybe they're just experiencing stress. But for some who are experiencing overwhelming stress, exposure to harm, who have experienced a lot of major losses and separation, maybe they might have experienced psychological trauma, which leads to intense fear, helplessness, extreme confusion, and insecurity. Then you have those who have a strong, frequent, prolonged exposure to economic exploitation, wealth inequality, xenophobia, heteronormativity, ableism, right? A prolonged, frequent exposure to those systems of oppression lead to what is called toxic stress, which then disrupts brain development, lead to those stress-related diseases that I talked about earlier, and lower life expectancy. A lot of my focus is more on social trauma. Social trauma is the kind of trauma that is experienced by a collective of people, right? And it comes as a result of exposure to social oppression. And so you have, if you think about the Jewish community, victims of the Holocaust, you think about indigenous people in the United States, you think about Palestinian people today. In terms of genocide, you think about colonized people throughout the world and being dispossessed of all the resources, the land, and all the things I talked about earlier. It's a collective trauma that's experienced as history present in the moment and is intergenerational, right? What Joy DeGruy-Leary in the Black community has referred to as a post-traumatic slave syndrome. And then you have like PTSD, which is experiencing a life-threatening event and has all these impacts, and then sort of complex PTSD, which is like compounded multiple life-threatening events that lead to all these kind of different things. And in my research, most of my way I talk about trauma is through social trauma. But I think when I try to teach in ways that help students thrive through social trauma, that there are also implications for helping students, overcome stress, overcome, toxic stress, overcome psychological trauma, and hopefully PTSD and complex traumas as well. But the way I think this is, why I think this is important, if we kind of like combine all of this together, if we think about this idea of complex traumas. Complex traumas is this fancy way of thinking about compounded traumas. And compounded traumas would be like this, just for an example. Let's just say a compounded social trauma would be, or even a compounded social PTSD. Let's just say a person is 2 years old and they're either exposed to or experience a life-threatening event or a threat to the social group that they identify with. You think about that today with the mass deportation, the mass incarceration. Think about all these people who are exposed to these threats against the communities that they're part of. You think about all that. So without the resources to cope, there's nothing post about those social traumas. Now they're 4. It might happen 3, it might happen 3.5, it might happen 4, 4.5, whatever. Now they're 4, same kind of thing, exposed to, experience to some type of life-threatening and or threat against people that they love, communities that they identify with. Without the resources to cope, there's nothing post about it. Now they're 6, same thing, 8, same thing, 10, same thing, 12, same thing, 14, same thing, 16, 18, maybe even 20. Without the resources to cope, there's nothing post about the social traumas that's been compounded. And wherever you fall along those lines, those become so many, not all, so many of the children that we are responsible for teaching in our classes. And so, what the research, in different health sciences teaches us is spaces where young people or people are able to express and process difficult emotions reduces the impact of those stressors. Sharing an understanding, sharing vulnerability, reduces isolation and empowers collective processing and social support. Right, and so that's why Candace Valenzuela, Stephanie Cariaga, and others talk about the importance of still being trauma-informed in our practice, which I know that Sean kind of pushed back on when advocating for healing-centered engagement. But they say we need a trauma-informed healing-centered engagement because we can't ignore what trauma-informed practices teach us actually about prioritizing safety, prioritizing relationships, and paying attention to physiological effects of stressors that children bring into the classroom through possibly trauma. And then, of course, you have healing and centered engagement, Sean Ginwright, which is strength-based, culturally sustaining, and a justice approach to, radically healing. All right, so we know that this is all important. And then the research in medical research, psychiatric research, and educational research prove that all those things are important, right? Because if you think about those who are gender fluid, research shows that when a person's correct pronouns or chosen names are used, they are 50% more likely to not have suicidal thoughts as those gender fluid people, trans community members whose pronouns are not respected. So just respecting the pronouns of trans community members improves their suicidal thinking 50%. And there was a study that was published, I don't know, 2019 by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention in their sort of morbidity and mortality weekly report that showed that trans identifying, I think it was high school youth, were disproportionately exposed to substance abuse, self-harm, and violence. And so so trans education is important, bottom line, right? And medical science tells us the mental health outcomes of transgender and non-binary youth is improved with gender affirming care. And then the research on ethnic studies. I think the first research on ethnic studies, the impact of ethnic studies, was a study that came out of Tucson with the Mexican American Studies program done by Nolan Cabrera and 2 other colleagues, where he found that students in the Mexican American Studies program showed markedly improvement in standardized tests, which is not a metric we need to center. But he says Mexican American Studies improved all the students who participated in Mexican American Studies, white students, Black students, Asian students, and then Latinx students. That so much that they became the highest performing standardized test takers in the district, second only to, guess, white male athletes. So they surpassed whoever else that they were being disaggregated and compared to. So that was the impact of Mexican American Studies on students who were in that program in Tucson. And then you saw the study here that was important, 2017 finding by Thomas D. and Emily Penner, who looked at the pilot study of ethnic studies in 9th grade and found that students who were in the pilot program of ethnic studies in SFUSD had improved improved attendance. They had improved, they made it to 12th grade at a higher rate, and more of them enrolled in a post-secondary institution. And Joaquin, I know you're semi-close to Emily Penner, who's done a more recent study who looked at the data. So that was a pilot study. That was for students who chose to get into the elective. And then after it being sort of mandated, 9th grade ethnic studies started becoming mandated, Emily Penner wrote a recent piece that's being peer-reviewed right now. And what she found was that every group of students who took that ethnic studies class had improved attendance, made it to graduation more, attended post-secondary institutions, and some other fourth finding. And so the higher achievement, what's that? GPAs went up. Impact of ethnic studies, which was at for some it was a 1 semester course, for some it was a 2 semester course. And so the students who were doing well had the most moderate gains, but the biggest impact that ethnic studies had was on students with lower GPAs, Black students, Latinx students, students in special ed, and multilingual students. So all that research, all this thing about trauma-informed work is showing up in classes, improving the life outcome and educational outcome of students, right? All right. What Victor Carrion, which I believe is a child psychiatrist here, has taught us, and I learned this through the work of Nadine Burke-Harris, who wrote a book called The Deepest Well, first Surgeon General, Black woman in California, first Surgeon General in California, who is also a Black woman. She cites Victor Carrion, who says that trauma thrives in avoidance. that when we don't pay any attention to the stress or trauma or whatever that we experience, then it intensifies in our psyche and in our body. It disrupts our health development and our social connection to others. This silence and denial prevents this open discussion, so these wounds remain invisible and our trauma goes unaddressed, right? And what happens is when you're not coping, you teach yourself to numb from the pain of the suffering, which then perpetuates stress. And some of us might cope in healthy ways, might cope in unhealthy ways. I personally like fried chicken. I like pizza. I don't drink as much anymore, so I apologize. But I like, sweets, and so those are some healthy or unhealthy ways that I maladaptively cope with some stress. But there's some people who use other social vices that are not as healthy to maladaptively cope with their stress. And a lot of times it comes as a result of not coping. And this then legitimizes and leaves structural violence to go unnamed, unchallenged, and reproduced. And despite all this research in the health sciences and in education and in the medical field that tells us about the importance of gender-affirming care, that tells us about the importance of people of color understanding the world from their perspective, for the importance of understanding all of that, we are currently in a place with executive orders at the state level or the national level to silence gender-affirming care, to silence ethnic studies, to condemn critical race studies, and I think what President Trump called African American studies or African American history. He said it's getting out of control, right? And so you have all of these policies that are essentially trying to force us to silence our experience navigating structural violence, social toxicity, and naming social trauma as something that we want to address. And just even recently, you have in San Francisco, we have a few teachers from San Francisco here, and there's no person who knows this more probably than former board president Gabriela Lopez. But recently, last summer, they tried to what they call delay ethnic studies for 2 or 3 years. They were going to stop ethnic studies for 2 or 3 years. I won't say why, but okay, I'll say it like this. It's related to the AB 715 recently. Are you familiar with AB 715? So AB 715 was this sort of bill at the state level that where the state was looking to silence any criticism of Zionism, any questioning of Israel as a state, by calling it anti-Semitic. They said they say that criticizing this bill says if you criticize the Israeli state, you are criticizing Judaism. Which, if some people might argue that they're actually two separate entities. And so if you sort of couple that with the idea of all this work going against anti-trans education, which they're justifying by saying we need an anti-trans education, we're going to do this through parent choice, parent and student choice. And in AB 715, they're going to now hire, there's already a civil rights coordinator for the state of California in education. Now they're going to add a position, if you're interested in applying, that they call an anti-Semitism protection department. So these parents who are now empowered can call this office, write this office, to then have that office investigate teachers who are violating AB 715. And so the people who wrote the bill felt so emboldened and so challenged about the possibilities of ethnic studies informing people about settler colonialism that they scaled up this mandate to beyond ethnic studies. Now you can't talk about settler colonialism, Israel's right to exist, unless you just are, for it. You can't condemn, criticize, or question Zionism in science, in physical education, in advisory, in kindergarten, whatever, without possibly being reported to this Office of Anti-Semitism, X, Y, and Z. And that's a current kind of state that we're in. But the Jewish Caucus and the California Teachers Association is encouraging, or at least they're saying, we're going to continue to talk about this, and we'll take it all the way to the courts, kind of the same way that the Tucson educators fought for ethnic studies all the way to the Supreme Court. So that's the kind of time zone that we're in, the time that we're in.
Did anybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, I teach ethnic studies as context at Oakland Tech, at Oakland Unified. And I think even the subject of ethnic studies, as we push for it to be a mandated curriculum, like now, I think this is the first year that is mandated curriculum for OUSD. But while we were in the process, because I was a part of the team that was trying to develop the curriculum for the district, and while we were trying to push for it, we had a lot of Zio parents and Zio people who are like on the board, who are just like have a lot of regulation and say over what goes in the curriculum. We're still, pushing for us to not talk about certain things. And there's even like some type of Jewish American history class that students can take to opt out, or they're trying to push for that class as an option so that students can opt out of ethnic studies. And so while I think we're trying to push for ethnic studies to be something that every student takes, there's still a Zionist lobby that's trying to, thwart that movement. That's what this is making me think about. Like, wow, there's all this mass hysteria around, what curriculum can be taught or what content can be taught. I think even within the subject that we would consider a radical subject, like ethnic studies, is also kind of being liberalized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so there was a lot of people in California who were like, well, look, if we navigate it this way, we can't teach about what's happening in the so-called Middle East, but we can still teach students how to challenge anti-Blackness. We could still teach students to be critically conscious about xenophobia. We can, all this sort of ways that we're like, we can still preserve our right to teach that. And, different people feel different ways about that. But at the federal level, what you're seeing come out is the sort of dismantling of the Board of what do they call the Board of Education, the Federal Board of Education, whatever it's called, Department of Education. And then you have even this executive order that's come out recently where anti-capitalist, even the words anti-capitalism, like being pro-trans, being anti-oppressive, saying the word anti-oppressive is now going to be seen as preemptively violent discourse. So now they're going to begin to control African-American studies. They're going to sort of dismantle or do something with the African-American Museum or I don't know the name, the National Museum. I know the funding for the Asian American Museum through the Smithsonian is losing funding. So all these ways that non-Middle East communities of color are being attacked at the federal level. And so that's sort of the time we're in. And we could essentially make the argument that is going to, as Shereen Hannigan-Martinez titled in a recent article, that's going to legislate trauma. She was talking more so in terms as it relates to book bans, but this is legislating trauma with multiply marginalized people in ethnic studies, any class that uses critical race theory, and in museums that are preserving the history of non-dominant communities. All right, so for me, I like to focus more on, well, what does anti-oppressive education look like, and how does that help students radically heal? What time did I start, Ramon? I'm an hour in. Oh man, am I really an hour in? All right, so he left. So I'm gonna say this, right? So in my work, which Maisha cited, I talk a lot about it through a humanizing pedagogy, and I kind of have different iterations of what I mean by humanizing pedagogy, but sort of one kind of pillar for how I think about humanizing pedagogies to engage to work with students who are multiply marginalized is what I have more recently been calling a critically caring community. It's based off that old adage that students don't care how much their teachers know until they know how much their teachers care. But I want to take that beyond sort of the teacher being the center of caregiving, and to think about the classrooms as an ecology of care instead. And so then the concept would not just be students don't care how much their teachers know until they know how much their teachers care. And it will then instead be students don't care how much anybody in here knows until they know how much everyone in here cares. Because if a student is in a class who has to navigate all these socially toxic conditions, and they're sitting there and they don't feel cared about, a lot of times that student might not care about the education of anyone in class, and they'll create the conditions where no one can learn. And I could talk about that in much more depth, but essentially, if you look at the work of Maya Salovitz and Bruce Perry, in a book called Beyond Love, they write that the more healthy relationships a child has, the more likely they will be to recover from trauma and thrive. Relationships are the agents of change, and the most powerful therapy is human love. And so how I think about this from a health science perspective is this. So Bruce Perry, in his book prior called The Boy Who Was Raised as a Dog, in chapter 2, he wrote about children growing up in lower income communities, that they'll show up in class. And so we can think about that in terms of multiple marginalities. So students who are multiply marginalized might show up to class using his findings. And they might be physically present, but you could tell spiritually absent. Something about them is just not there. And he argued that it's not just disengagement. It's not just boredom. My predecessor for the program that I coordinate now was a person by the name of Herb Cole. He wrote a book called I Won't Learn From You. And in I Won't Learn From You, he came up with this concept of willed not learning. Willed not learning is this idea that students will refuse to learn from a stranger who disrespects their dignity. They willingly not learn. It's not that they can't learn, it's that they willingly not learn. So Bruce Perry will say it's not even just willed not learning. When students are in our class, multiply marginalized students are in our class, physically present, but kind of mentally absent, it's probably more so, I guess, what Bettina Love had popularized in terms of spirit murdering. But he'll argue that it's that physiologically, these students, because of this exposure to social stressors, have a hyperactive stress response system that forces them to pay attention to factors in their life that could cause them more stress. So they're not just sitting back because of boredom, because of will not learning, but because their stress response system is forcing them to pay attention to factors in their life that could possibly cause them more stress. Which then makes me think about the amygdala, which is also part of the limbic system. The amygdala doesn't know that, if you look at Zaretta Hammond's book, Culturally Relevant Teaching in the Mind, she points to all this work that shows that the amygdala doesn't know the difference between a real or imagined threat. And so, the way I think about that is with our students is this. So if they're coming in having to pay attention to factors in their life that cause them more stress, and the amygdala doesn't know the difference between the real or imagined threat, and if students are put in this sort of position of powerlessness, we know that we could socially construct notions of power from being in positions of powerlessness in our multiple marginalities. And so if my amygdala doesn't know the difference between a real or imagined threat, I might say, oh, she thinks she's tough. She thinks she's smart. She's not smarter than me because I'm socially constructing notions of power. Oh, they think they got swag. They don't have more swag than me. He thinks he's cute. He ain't cuter than me, right? And so we could have all this sort of triggered microaggressions, right? And so this is what Zaretta Hammond taught, not the amygdala part. She taught us that when students experience a microaggression, racial, social, intersectional microaggression, their bodies, their stress response system develops the chemical known as cortisol, right? Which is a stress response, I guess, chemical in our body. And cortisol has a shelf life of 3 hours. So let's just say a person might be walking to school and they get, sort of grimaced at by a supposed enemy. That might lift some kind of social toxicity, cortisol in our body, and it has a shelf life of 3 hours. Okay, the same person walks the hallway and sees a teacher he doesn't get along with, say, "You're late again, huh? You're just like your brothers." Microaggression again. Comes into class late after having, whatever. Teacher says, "That's why you're going to fail this class." That might be 3 triggers for different cortisols. And each shot of cortisol has a shelf life of 3 hours. So it takes about 3 to 6 hours for each shot of cortisol to decline. And so it might be difficult to learn because this cortisol in our body, even just one shot, it shuts down the prefrontal cortex, which is an executive function required for us to learn. So first period is shot, second period is shot, third period. And then at nutrition, if something happens that might trigger some more cortisol development, it might, ruin learning for the rest of the day. But the only thing aside from time, right, that helps cortisol's impact on our body dissipate is oxytocin, which is the chemical that comes as a result of healthy, loving, healthy social connection, from bonding, from trust, from, relationships, healthy relationships. And so healthy relationships helps decrease the impact of social toxicity on our stress levels because of the community of care that is established in our classes daily, right? So that's an important aspect of humanizing pedagogy. And there's all kinds of research in education that talks about how to do that differently. You could take a picture of it if you want to. Well, maybe not a picture, I could send it to you. But there's a lot of people who argue that. And I think the second thing for me that I've, thought about is the importance of intersectional health and well-being. And the way I think about intersectional health and well-being is like this. So when I first started teaching at the University of San Francisco, we started the Urban Ed and Social Justice Program. Raise your hand if you're an alum of the Urban Education and Social Justice Program. Shout out to our alum here. I'm not talking about you all here. But so many of the students that I taught had navigated institutional racism enough to make it through the university and end up in a program. So many students have been able to, navigate a lot of socially toxic structural violence and be in the program and now want to commit their life to teaching. But and the way we did it early on was we would teach our students how to use culturally relevant critical pedagogy and critical social theory to help improve the learning and life outcomes of the students that they teach. But so many of the students would come back, right? They would be Black, Indigenous, people of color, with a much more expansive humanity. And they would say things like, Dr. Cam or Professor Cam, I try to teach this culturally relevant critical pedagogy and introduce students to critical social theory, but quote unquote, students don't care about their learning. And so I was wondering, like, what were we doing that was missing the mark? What was the disconnect between all the stuff we were learning on our research, teaching our students, and it not working for the students that they teach? And so I decided to start the HOPE project, where Jeff Duncan Andrade and I taught 35 students for a 4-year period to look at the impact of critical pedagogy on the health outcomes of our students. And by looking at the health science, part of what we found was that the importance of health and well-being. Students' health and well-being had to be centered. But so much of the research on health and well-being was not looking to anti-oppressive frameworks to inform how we should effectively serve the needs of multiply marginalized students. And so I thought it was important that not only should those doing critical pedagogy look at the health sciences, but the health sciences also have to look at the work of anti-oppressive frameworks. Right? It has to be a bilateral, mutually informed process of serving those who are structurally harmed from the social toxicity of social oppression. And then part of what I started to begin to understand more is that notions of culture, notions of relevance was too oftentimes truncated to ideas about race. Race was became the proxy for how we understood culture. And because of so many of the students and community members in my life that were able to educate me on aspects of my privilege that I was uninformed about, I started to explore the importance of intersectionality. And so I started understanding that even in the Filipino community or other communities of color, we might have members in our community who don't feel as included because their gender perhaps might be queered, their sexuality could be condemned, they might not have the same class economic access as others with class privilege. Perhaps they are physically disabled or neurodivergent. Maybe they're of a religion that isn't accepted. Maybe they speak multiple languages and speak with an accent that isn't embraced in our space. And so we talked about the importance of understanding people's through the different prisms of their humanity. Right. And so how do we not just include intersectionally, but how do we create a space where people's intersectionality is celebrated? How do we create a space where people's intersectional joy, intersectional happiness, intersectional aspirations, intersectional radical dreams, right? Intersectional hope is centered, celebrated, and pursued through the process of learning. And then lastly, thriving. All of this should lead to thriving. And, of course, I got this from Sean Ginwright's Black Youth Rising, Hope and Healing in Urban Education. And, it's basically this. According to Sean Ginwright, and he cites the work of Virginia O'Leary, who's a positive psychologist, there's 4 levels of functioning that a person experiences after experiencing a trauma. First level is submission, kind of give up. You maybe don't care to wake up, don't care to answer your phone, you don't care to engage in the world because you're still kind of licking your wounds, so to speak. Then there's survival. It's what Talib Kweli might have called just to get by. These are the people who kind of begrudgingly wake up, slowly get ready for the day, and reluctantly walk to work or school. While they're there, they're physically absent, but they're physically present, but mentally absent. That's submission. That's survival. And Bettina Love wrote that book with the wonderful title, We Want to Do More Than Survive. Recovery is where we function at the level we were functioning at prior to experiencing a trauma. And I guess one extreme way we can think about that is through, let's just say, substance abuse user who might have experienced trauma, maybe is using these social vices to, deal with the impact of that past pain on their present life. And so they are able to wake up early, go to work, show up on time, do a great job, go home and have their first kind of, substance. And then after a few substances, they begin to take out their past pain on the people closest to them. And so they are able to function at the level they were functioning at prior to experiencing the trauma. They're able to recover, but they haven't healed from past pain, and they unleash that unresolved historical grief on those that they love the most. But what we want to teach our students to do is thrive. It's when thriving is essentially becoming, metaphorically a bigger person. It is a person who might have survived some type of social oppression and decides that they want to serve the needs of all other multiply marginalized people because that fulfills their altruistic desires, which helps them heal from past pain. And the way we think about thriving is this: thriving is joining others to transform the social conditions that lead to your social trauma to begin with. Thriving is when you join others to collectively transform the social conditions that contributed or shaped or led to your trauma to begin with. It's when you put past pain in its proper perspective and you find purpose by putting past pain in its proper perspective. It's when you find strength by critically making sense of your social struggles. That is thriving. All right. And so, there are multiple spaces that I found that does a lot of this work, whether it's people's education movement, Free Minds, Free People, Teachers for Social Justice, Filipino Educational Partnerships, the Black Teacher Project. A picture's not here, but we know that Science in the City definitely does this. Kia Gross does this with Woke Kindergarten. We know Lawrence Tan, who's now here, did this at Roses Elementary School, Lessons for Liberation with Erica Miners, the critical resistance and education for liberation. Danny Morales Doyle? Yeah. So he has a podcast, talks about abolition science, and Carrie Coca, who's at UNLV, used to have this conference where she talked about creating balance in an unjust world through socially just math, right? So all this stuff kind of happens. They embody some of these principles in their work in these different spaces. And in my work, I've done it through playwriting, I've done it through creative writing, through expository writing, compare and contrast, all these different ways. But the example I want to show you today is through one of kind of the popular assignments that I've assigned at the university level and high school level, at all levels of high school, 9 through 12, through an assignment called autoethnography, which is different than autobiography. Auto is self, bios, life, graphy is sort of writing about your own individual life. Autoethnography is auto is self, ethno is community, graphy is writing. So it's writing about yourself as a member of a larger social group. And so we wanted students to understand how their experience was part of something larger than themselves. And students would write a narrative analysis and then do a presentation. So in this particular class, students wrote a 6 to 8 page narrative essay and did a 10 to 12 minute narrative performance. And they would answer these guiding questions. Who are you? What do you stand for? What experiences have you had that shaped who you are today? What does this mean for your community? And where do we go from here? And through this thing I wrote about a while back called 5 Levels Analysis, students would first summarize who they are, what they experienced that made them who they are, look at what that actually meant about themselves, what that meant about society, then use the readings to critically make sense of the explicit and implicit. Right? What would the readings say about your explicit and implicit? How does that make you feel? How is that relevant today? And then now what? What are you going to do about it? Applicable. And this particular student, even though the HOPE project was teaching students from 9th to 12th grade, the principal at in 10th grade said, we have some students who might be able to benefit if they start coming to Step to College next year. And so this student came to Step to College his 11th grade year, but he didn't seem as engaged as we typically wanted our students to be, especially when sitting aside students who had been with us for 2 years. Then he went away for, I think it was 3 months. He had to go to juvenile hall camp, spent 3 months in juvenile hall camp. And, I never really knew how engaged this student was, but his cousin was in the class. His cousin was really engaged. They were too cool for school. And so the summer passes by, and I talk to the student often, right? And even this week, hung out with him recently. And so I always tell him, I'm going to share this work. Are you comfortable with it? I know aspects of it could be sensitive. And he always says, as long as somebody could learn from my story. So that's why I'm using it. So anyway, it was a summer between 11th and 12th grade year. And about a month before school began, he was selling some kind of drug or dope on his block. And an undercover police officer came, solicited some drugs, bought it, whatever. He decided he was going to stay at his friend's house that night. And from his friend's house, he heard noise at about 5 a.m. where the police raided his grandmother's dwellings looking for him. So he went on the run. He just came from, juvenile hall. He didn't want to go back. And so he went on the run. And so this unit is something we started the beginning of 12th grade with. We did it beginning of 9th grade, beginning of 12th grade. And so at the beginning of 12th grade, this student wasn't coming to class, but he was still asking for his assignments. I had no idea why he wasn't coming to class, but he would still come to study table after school to ask for his assignments. He couldn't stay long, couldn't stay to study, but he wanted to know what the pacing plan was for reading. All right, so we finally get to the end of, so he uses Assata Shakur's autobiography and Carter G. Woodson's Miseducation of the Negro to do a theoretical analysis of his identity and lived experience. And so, we used the Assata's autobiography to teach a lot of the storytelling techniques and social analysis. And this student writes about him being a self-identified D-boy. I guess it's like a drug boy or something like that. He took pride in being a hustler of narcotics. That's who he took pride in being. And he said, because of the assignment and because of the analysis, because of the theory he used to analyze his lived experience and his social identity, he began to realize that his mother, who he talks about here, had to maladaptively cope with the social stressors in her life because of the negative impact the structural violence had on her mental health. The same structural violence that led to his mother's maladaptive coping mechanisms led to his father's maladaptive coping mechanisms, which then shaped his maladaptive coping mechanisms. But through this assignment, not alone, but this assignment specifically and especially, he was able to start developing a critical sense of collective control over his life. And this set up the condition for him to thrive through his social trauma. All right. And this clip is a short clip of his 12-minute presentation. It was probably 15 minutes, but we didn't punish him for going over.
On her way to school, she wasn't getting this in the schools. It was like vertical violence because the school system was forcefully not teaching her this. And that's like a form of miseducation. And that's one of the reasons my mama ended up on drugs. Like not having a father in my life affected me by, I got attracted to the dope dealers. I started, okay, I see him, he's a man, he's selling dope, he getting money, everybody know him, he got respect, Okay, I like that, okay. And they kind of like respected me. They was kind of giving me that, I wouldn't say father love, but like a male role model. Okay, these niggas gonna serve my mama this stuff that's killing my mama, taking my daddy away from me, so I'm gonna do it too. That's how I felt. That was in the back of my head. I'm gonna do it too. They could do it, I'm gonna do it. And that's what I was doing. I didn't really realize this, that I was spreading the violence that I was born into. It wasn't like I chose it, I was born into this violence. This is like when I got involved in Step to College. I kind of seen it. I see it now as a rehab, like coming to Step to College is like my rehab. It's like I'm sitting up here talking to y'all, explaining the different vertical violence, horizontal violence, and revolutionary violence. I didn't know nothing about that. Now I see how it affected. It was forced on my parents then it spread it to me, and how I spreaded it. And like coming here is like kind of like my revolutionary violence. I learned how to fight back. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I stopped everything, but I'm identifying it. I know what I'm doing wrong. Like in order to fight like self-hate, you got to fight it back with love, because love is the only thing that can kill self-hate or kill hate, you know? And I love y'all.
And so, you know, you see how this young person at the time was explaining the different ways he was coping, maladaptively coping with systemic violence in his life. He sort of had the Stockholm syndrome where he felt like he needed to be like, you know, kind of the horizontal captors in his community who was providing him a lot of the male love, father figure love that he was yearning for as a result of sort of father deprivation. He started understanding through critical analysis that he was born into this oppression, that he was reproducing this horizontal violence that he kind of knew had a negative impact on the people he loved. So he joined Step to College. Through that work, he was able to name his pain to change it. And he decided that at that time, his way to thrive, right, to become a better person, to find purpose as a result of examining past pain, to then critically make, to you know, like all that, was through, you know, community love. And so the critically caring community that we, you know, think is important, shouldn't just come from a teacher. So rather than just assigning assignments where the teacher is the sole reader of a student's work, we wanted to put students to be experts of their own reality, to then create this kind of ecology of learning, ecology of self-love that becomes where people start, you know, caring about you as a person. So then learning is a lot more fulfilling because you are then connected to your community in ways that in traditional schooling you're disconnected from. And so I just want to show you an example before I finish of what that kind of critically caring community looks like for a student who presents in class.
This is Ria, but you are changing. I see the change in you. And I like the fact that you shared that story with us. Because like that's basically showing that you trust us. We're really family to you.
I've seen you grow, and I want to acknowledge that, to let you know that, you know, we've seen you grow and that we're proud of you. Because like it's hard. It's not easy to, you know, make a change in your life, especially with the violence that you see around in your community and shit like that. It's hard, and like we see you doing it.
I can relate like to trying to find the father type love, but except in other ways, which I don't want to get off into. And like I gotta say, I admire your strength for that. Like that took a lot of strength. My fucking voice is trembling right now. It's like
it feels like I wouldn't be able to tell my story, but then by seeing you do it, you made me feel stronger to see that someone else was able to do it.
I think one thing that I learned from your story, or what you went through, is that you learned how to forgive your mom and your dad. And that's something that like I think I'm gonna learn. And just saying the fact how you say you just tell your mom you love her when she hasn't been there for you, and I could connect that with you because I don't have my dad, and I cannot forgive him because he left me. And just seeing you, just by giving them love and everything, forgiving you, feels relief. Even though, you know, they made some choices that they weren't good. And then, yeah.
I see how vertical violence works, because in the situation, because like you gotta bring someone down to bring yourself up. And that's it.
All right, just so you can see like what that, you know, kind of space might feel like with one student's work. But then if you multiply that to, you know, a group of 40 young people, what kind of community we might be building that would support the type of thriving that we're trying to create as a community with students. And I'm gonna just end with this, just to let you know that this young person, despite having grades that probably wouldn't admit him into most university spaces, graduated from you know, a Cal State University. You know, he still wanted to maintain, he still wanted to be an entrepreneur, but this time a much less reactionary entrepreneur. And so he, you know, started to sell used cars. created his own kind of clothing line. He does screen printing. Joy, we're working on your order, so we'll check in about it. And he goes to the juvenile halls to teach young people about the earning potential of screen printing if they were ever interested in doing so. And so I'll skip that video and just say, like, even, with our work, we've been working with him to print clothes for us at the University of San Francisco. We had, multiple orders. We're gonna have an order there. And, other universities have picked it up. UC San Diego, Wayne Yang, place some orders. So if you all are interested in having some orders here at Stanford, we try to connect at UCLA. So, he's just a young person who decided he's going to use his hustle to benefit the people he loved versus creating hustle that harmed those closest to him. And to me, that's an example of going from coping to hoping and teaching students to thrive through social trauma. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Dr. Kemengyan. Dr. Kam, thank you so much for sharing your talk, your research, super sharp, urgent, and if I may even say a call to action for us. We have some time for a few questions or comments. If anybody wants to ask a question or share a comment with Dr. Kam.
First of all, thank you so much for sharing this work and thinking through your research and showing us also the youth voices. I really appreciated listening to them. My question is, I'd love to know what the process looked like and conversations looked like before he got to that moment where he's thinking through structural violence and how that impacted him and how he was starting to begin to conceptualize the space at rehab. What did that autoethnographic journey look like for the students in the classroom, like tangibly?
Mm-hmm. I think the unit overall begins with like your own kind of examples, so I had them for 4 years up at that point. So they've heard many different stories. I think that year I told the story of losing my dog, not the same dog that I lost recently, but and how I something like that. And so that's how we look for students. So I think just I also told stories of what it felt like finally earning an income, at least in a legitimate way, and being able to take my mother out to dinner. Like stories like that to critique capitalism, to critique, the American dream and things like that, sort of modeled for students, kind of like the final assignment, at least orally, that we were going for. And then, we read to understand the text, and we kind of pull out the different writing techniques to teach them the writing style. But it isn't until the end of the reading where students are then asked to then say, okay, what's one of your chapters? Asada had X amount of chapters. What is one of your chapters that you want to kind of focus on? And some students, are clearer than others. Some students aren't. Some students could get on the writing before others. Some students will choose a social identity that they want to examine and then change it based on how they hear other students describe theirs. So it's very non-linear. And then many students, will need to sit with you to figure out if what they're going to talk about is important enough to share. It's all important, but they need to know because they think it's so normalized to them that they need to know that I, as a teacher, think it's important for you to analyze. And so you go through the process, and we had study table, 2.5 hours a day, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So 7.5 hours a week, you have a lot of time to kind of support students through this. And this student wouldn't come to study table, but I happen to live close enough to him for him to be able to come by, get the book, talk about his stuff, write on my computer, all those kind of different things. And he was actually more self-directed than a lot of students who came to class. Because even though he was able to make sense of what we were talking about through the notes and what little conversation we might have had about miseducation, vertical violence, all that stuff he was talking about, he was able to write most of that out on his own and then prepare his presentation pretty independently to then present it to class. So it looks different for different people. And some people will tell their story without the social analysis. So it feels a little bit more like kind of narcissistic. and then some people have all the social analysis but no story, and so you have the range of what it might look like. But this student kind of exemplified what the assignment could look like if done properly. Does that help make any sense?
Okay, we have another question over here.
Cam, I appreciate your vulnerability because one of the things that I think about is for folks that make it to your position, as a professor teaching educators and doing for decades, I think it's really easy to not reflect and share your vulnerabilities. And one of the things I really appreciate is you saying like, oh, these teachers went on and did X, Y, and Z, but then they came back and we realized there's a shortcoming here that's been maybe, I'm not gonna say dispersed, but like that's happening. And so you're reflecting on it. So in that reflection, what did you do, and or what is your approach? Like, what is your then what? Like, what are you doing as far as collaborating with colleagues to examine and then take a new approach?
Of course, you share your research with your colleagues, but as some of the professors in here know, our colleagues are so focused on their own kind of scholarship, unless they could find ways to connect the two bodies of work, it oftentimes doesn't happen. And so in our instance at the University of San Francisco, I would share it with Noah, but he was so focused on, a multilingual educational research, and he just, that's your department. It's not that he said it, but it'd be like, just like I'm like, look, you handle that multilingual stuff, translanguaging, I'm monolingual. He was like, okay, you connect with our students who are probably most scathingly critical of oppression because that's kind of your area. And then, unfortunately, it doesn't always land the way you would hope your work would land at a scale you think it should be, so that it could impact more people broadly. But I mean, I started paying attention more to the ways in which my gender performance may have been negatively impacting people who were triggered by that intensity. I might be, I might have been in a lot more AERA sessions and T4SJ workshops that focused on knowledge gaps that I needed to learn in order to more effectively connect with and serve the needs of students I was underserving. And it's been a long process. I used to be, I think with Carissa's cohort, I was much more like, this thesis is life or death. And if you can't write, then you're not serving the people. And then with your cohort, which was, like in the middle of the pandemic, I'm like, this is a great, this is great 5 pages. I mean, we're 30 pages away, 40 pages away, but thank you for submitting this 2 weeks later, because it's such a tough time, and like, 10 citations, 2 citations, it's all relative to the year, but I'm here for you if I can help in any way. So, like, you just kind of like, it's not business as usual. You kind of go with the times, you kind of still have these high expectations while still offering like verbal affirmation and critical understanding, and this idea that we're up against the same thing together. And people will say, some people, Krisha Castrillo, all, they say, oh, you got soft, Cam. Students I taught in LA or in this student, like, man, Cam, that's you on, man, this is their language, not mine. You're a punk. You're not. You used to be him, but the students now, like nowadays, might feel about me the way you all do. And I got to figure out a way to like because I don't feel like I'm being inauthentic. I just feel like who I'm serving now has shaped who I became, and who I served before shaped who I needed to be then. But, I'm happy as a human because I was able to learn bilaterally as well.
We'll hold space for one more question before we get you all to lunch.
I'm gonna ramble. Sorry, that's really loud. I'm gonna ramble a little bit, but I was very lucky to be in your class, and it was I miss being able to listen to your lecture for free. It was very expensive.
It wasn't free.
It was expensive free, but you know what I mean. And thank you for inviting us today, because I remember seeing some part of this lecture in your class, and I really took it to heart. And I actually did teach the autoethnography to my students, and I feel like they learned a lot from it. So, and all credit to you. And I remember when I was going through my thesis process, even though you weren't my advisor, I think talking to you really solidified what I wanted to write. And I ended up writing my thesis on something that I care about my community, about my intersectionality, and I wrote about inclusion. And now it's lead me to this moment where I'm moving back to Vietnam, and I want to start a school for disabled children. And it's all coming back together about thriving and working with others to give back to your community and the people that are struggling like yourself. So I really just want to give you a round of applause. Is that okay?
Yeah, I love you, man.
But just like your student, I have so much love for you and love for my colleagues, love for my student here that I left 4 months ago. And they know that I love them. And I think that me focusing on their health, well-being, and mental wellness, that's really connect us, and it helped me teach them much more effectively. But my question, I guess I do want to ask you questions. It's teaching's hard. I keep hearing from my colleagues how that they're struggling, especially now, and they can't connect with the students, and they don't know what to do. And I'll give them advice and stuff, like the thing that I learned from you and at USF. But have you ever had those challenges, or like students where you can, I can't imagine not all the student has the same result at that one. So what did you do, and what are some advices you would give us in order to deal with if we come to a barrier where we can't connect with the student? Because I'm scared about what I'm doing next. So I would love some advice.
Yeah, and we'll get you to lunch as soon as I get done, I think. But of course, there's always, going to be some student and a different student every day that your stuff didn't land with, or even a semester, or a year, even at the probably even especially at the university, depending on different social markers of difference. But at the high school level, I used to just do my best to teach those who were interested in learning what we were exploring. And it was DMAC's cousin. He was probably one of the most difficult students that I had to teach, or other students. I had one student spray paint my house. He called it art. He spray painted my house and called it art. And like a few others, and they would do and I would focus on those who were interested in learning, because I felt like we're here for you when you're ready. But a lot of times, but I also wouldn't allow disrespect of the space. And I would just hold them accountable in ways they felt loved. But you're not going to disrupt the learning of everyone here because you're feeling a certain way, without it going somewhat addressed. But I felt like, we're not going to get everyone engaged all the time. But if we could engage the ones we can connect with, then those who might take a day off from their disengagement will have a space to study when they choose to that day. But I don't think I ever let any of them get away with not doing the final assignment. They might not do the essay sometimes, but you're going to present. And I would work with them. And, you know, things might be different nowadays because of my different commitments. But at that time of my, for those kind of 20 something years where I was really immersed, that was my approach to teaching.
Thank you, Dr. Camp. Can we get one final round of applause for Dr. Camp? Thank you so much for talk, for joining us, and for the knowledge and examples that you've shared with us. We're gonna move into lunch now, folks. We have delicious soul food from Jackie's Place in San Jose. It's served outside, so please feel free to make your way over there right now, and we will return to this space here to continue with our conference at 1 p.m. So we'll see everyone at 1 p.m. back here. Please enjoy lunch, and let's continue having these conversations. Thank you so much.
Testing. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. How was the food? Pretty amazing, right? Thank you. Again, apologies to those joining remotely via Zoom, but it was amazing. Thank you to John with your connection there, Jackie's, and thank you to Jackie for the amazing food. Andrea for the amazing food yesterday, the pupusas. We've had some good food the past couple days. I'd like to kick off this next session, which we're calling The Past, Present, and Future of English Learner Education in the United States, a hybrid conversation between Montserrat Garibay and Dr. Kenji Hakuda. And I want to take a moment just to introduce our two distinguished guests. Montserrat is here joining us remotely via Zoom. Hello, Montserrat. I think I can see you, or you can see us that way. Am I waving at you? Can you see me? Okay. I see you there behind me, but I think you see me if I face this way. So welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll introduce you, then I'll introduce you, Kenji. And hopefully we'll get some really important dialogue going. So Montserrat Garibay is a 25-year veteran of public education and labor rights, whose personal journey from undocumented child to US citizen profoundly informs her powerful advocacy. Her federal service includes impactful roles, and this is like so impressive, I want to pause to like emphasize this, as Assistant Deputy Secretary and Director for the Office of English Language Acquisition of the Department of Education under Biden-Harris. So Montserrat was the Director, the Deputy Secretary, and as part of that role, the Director of OELA, the Office of English Language Acquisition, and she was a Senior Advisor for Labor Relations as well at the US Department of Education under the Biden and Harris administration. A National Board Certified Teacher and University of Texas at Austin alumna, hook 'em horns. Garibay's career began in the classroom, teaching bilingual pre-kindergarten for 8 years. She quickly became a leading voice in labor, serving as Vice President for Certified Employees with Education Austin, the local teachers union there in Austin, Texas, and Secretary Treasurer at the Texas AFL-CIO. Her unwavering commitment to justice is further evidenced by her pivotal role in promoting the Texas DREAM Act and comprehensive immigration reform. Garibay now brings her dynamic leadership to the National Association for Bilingual Education, NABE, as the Eastern Region Representative and Advocacy Chair. And I'll just say on a personal note that I first met Montserrat about, I think it was 14 years ago, if I'm doing the math right. So 2011, I think, when she took a class called Sociolinguistics and Research and Teaching that I was teaching at the time at the University of Texas at Austin. She had worked as a bilingual preschool teacher prior to that, as I mentioned, and it was clear to me that she was on her way to she was already making a pivotal impact and on her way to making a huge impact at the federal level. And so when I heard about her role in the Biden-Harris administration, I was not surprised, but I was so overjoyed and excited. And it's been a pleasure to kind of watch Montserrat, the work that you did at that level, work that now seems under threat, right? The work that now is being actively dismantled. And so that's part of, the kind of trigger warning to kind of flag for those of you joining us. We're also going to talk about some difficult things today and what's going on at the federal level. So Montserrat, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with us on a Saturday. We appreciate your being here. So please join me in welcoming Montserrat Garibay.
Gracias. A pleasure to be with you all.
Thank you so much. And I'll briefly, as briefly as I can, introduce a dear colleague of mine, and then we'll get the conversation going. So many of you know of Dr. Kenji Hakuta. Kenji is an emeritus faculty member at the Stanford GSE. He has published in the areas of language development, bilingualism, the development of English in language minority students, and education policy. He has been involved with research and policy issues surrounding Lau, or Lau v. Nichols, and bilingual education issues since the 1980s. His professional journey also includes a stint starting up the University of California, Merced. Anybody know about UC Merced? So when they started that up, that newest campus of the UC, and still newest campus, right? They needed someone to be the inaugural or founding dean of the, I'm gonna get this right, Kenji, the School of Social Sciences, Humanities, and Arts. And guess who they asked to do that? Kenji, who was here at Stanford at the time. So he obliged and went to UC Merced, and you were there for 3 years, Kenji, as the inaugural or founding dean of that school, and then came back to Stanford after that. He currently serves on the board of the William T. Grant Foundation, and he chairs the board of the Gordon Institute for Advanced Studies at Teachers College. That was the bio that he gave me because I think I asked for a short bio. At some point in our connection with all of you, we asked for certain length bios, and I feel like a bio that short doesn't do Kenji justice. So I'll say on a few things I think you should know about Kenji is that over the past 40 years, Dr. Hakuta has made invaluable contributions, 45 years at least, right? Probably 45 years now. I wrote this is from a letter I wrote 5 years ago, so 45 years, sorry. To research on bilingualism and second language acquisition, while also working tirelessly to promote educational equity for bi and multilingual learners, especially those officially classified as English learners. More than any scholar I know, and I really mean this still today, Dr. Hakuta has had a lasting impact on educational research, policy, and practice for English learners. It was over 25 years ago when, as a pre-service teacher earning my credential at UCLA, I first learned about Dr. Hakuta's research on bilingualism and education. I knew he was an experimental psycholinguist from Harvard, who had studied at Harvard and was at Yale as an experimental psycholinguist. I was very intrigued by his career and his trajectory. I learned about his work. His insights directly informed my own emergent understanding of language and education as I began my career as a bilingual elementary school teacher in Los Angeles in the 90s. And from my current perspective, I recognize this anecdotal detail as reflective of the uniquely broad and profound influence Dr. Hakuta's work has had on multiple generations of teachers, administrators, teacher educators, policymakers, and researchers. I don't know any scholar who you can walk into a room and talk to a county office administrator, a classroom teacher, a scholar, a top-tier scholar, and they all know Kenji and love Kenji and speak about his influence intergenerationally. Beyond his scholarly influence, Dr. Hakuta's work has directly informed policy and practice at the federal, state, and local levels. While he was here at Stanford, where he's now emeritus, he established both the Stanford Working Group and the Understanding Language Initiative, both of which served as vehicles for him to apply his breadth of knowledge and expertise to real-world problems of educational policy and practice. He has testified before Congress on educational issues, developed educational reform recommendations as part of the President Bill Clinton's transition team, helped craft guidelines for the implementation of President Barack Obama's reauthorization of ESEA as of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act as the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. He advised local school districts reform efforts in California, collaborated with the Council of Chief State School Officers to lead a group of state leaders working on standards and assessments for students classified as English learners, and collaborated with the California Department of Education to develop the California English Learner Roadmap, a set of detailed guidelines for assisting local education agencies in better meeting the needs of students classified as English learners. Finally, I'll say that while he was here, he was so good to me, a real support. So Kenji, I'm so thrilled to have you here joining us today. And I feel like there's a real nice intergenerational energy with you here, with Montserrat here. So can you all please join me in welcoming Dr. Kenji Hakuta? We really are honored to have you both here. So thank you both for making time. I want to kind of get out of the way, but I want to preface that with this. So much has happened since the beginning of the second Trump administration that relates directly to the education of students classified as English learners, that it can be easy, I think, for some of us to lose hope. I feel like a little hopeless sometimes, but I want this to be a hopeful and a kind of future sort these things out. So thank you both again for being here. So what I want to ask each of you to do, if you don't mind, is to tell us briefly. I know I just rattled off a list of your accomplishments and achievements and work, but if each of you could just tell us briefly about your work in the area of English learner education in your own words, how you came to this work, what the focus of your work was or has been, and how your work in this area has prepared you to make sense of this current political moment. So I don't know who wants to go first. Montserrat, Kenji is asking if you would like to go first.
Sure, thank you. My internet went out and then I was able to come back. But well, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me today. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be among you all. You are the future of our country. And the fact that you're taking your Saturday and you're there, that just speaks volumes on your commitment to school and to public education and English learners, of course. And I'm a big fan of Kenji and have many of your books, and it's just quite an honor to be with you all. And Dr. Ramon, being in your class for, 14 plus years was definitely one of my highlights in UT, and to be able to have you as a professor was very special. But so in your question about what had prepared us to be and the work that I did at the Department of Education, well, I always like to say that I am still an English learner, because I feel that that's a label that I very proudly carry. And it's who I am. I'm still learning English at different levels, but coming to the US as an undocumented student and being able to transfer to English classes within a year because of my strong foundation in Spanish. And of course, my teachers really helped me, and they were the kind of the reason why I became myself an educator. And having those living experiences as a teacher, as a union member, and then working at the department really allowed me to take the moment when I was at the department and to be not only an advocate, but to lead the Office of English Language Acquisition with Dr. Miguel Cardona, and to lead the Multilingual Listen for All initiative was really something very special. And, I feel like all my different roles as an English learner, as a bilingual teacher, as a union leader, all of those roles really equipped me with important tools to work at the Department of Education. And one of the big things that I led at the department was moving the office, the Title III back to the Office of OELA, from the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education after 15 years. And that was kind of like the big task that Secretary Cardona gave me as I started with OELA. And, to be able to move that office, which took about 7 or 8 months, I learned a lot about the different process, what we needed to send to Congress. But to be able to staff that office and to provide quality technical assistance to states, just to give you a quick example, under the when Title III was with the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, there were only 2 people that were providing technical assistance to the 50 states. And of course, that's just ridiculous, right? How dare can 2 people provide technical assistance to 50 states? So one of the things that we did within OELA, when we moved it back to the office, we were able to transfer some of the work that our staff was doing. We had 16 people in staff in OELA, and we were able to have 6 people instead of 2 doing technical assistance, and then to really be able to work and provide information about the latest research in dual language, the seal of biliteracy, and so many other things was really something that having the experience to be in school really helped me to guide that work at the national level. When I was at the department, I traveled 23 states with Secretary Cardona, and to be able to see the work that took place in different states and districts was really eye-opening. I think that was one of my favorite things to do, because there were districts who were doing an outstanding job. Their pieces in different places, right? And now, of course, as you all know, 257 days later, 9 months into the administration, it's been detrimental to see how that work has been kind of chipped away, and it's very concerning. But we have gone through something similar before, so that's the thing that I keep thinking about, as hard as it is.
Thanks so much, Montserrat. We have been through something similar before. Something tells me Kenji has something to say about that. But Kenji, first, can you tell us a little bit about how you got into your work and how that has prepared you to make sense of the current moment? Let me make sure that's on for you.
Should I talk into this or?
Let's see if I can put that on for you. There you go.
Oh, thank you. You know, soup to nuts here. How to turn on the microphone, how to run a conference. Anyway, it's let's see, how would I characterize? Well, one thing is I feel like most things that I've done in education policy and practice, I've sort of backed into it. I've never really thought this is what I want to do, and this is, you know, it's more. I feel like I'm just sort of stumbling around in these spaces where there's an opportunity to be useful, and useful is being a researcher, being from a university and so forth, and having some kind of theoretical base. And how could that be useful to the arena of policy or practice or professional development or whatever you're trying to accomplish? In that space, I was never trained to work in. I mean, as Ramon said, I was trained as an experimental psycholinguist. And if you tell that to people in most, you know, cocktail parties, they'll back away. So like, I'm sure I don't want to talk to this person, you know, crazy polyglot or something, a psycholinguist. Anyway, and I kind of got into education partly because I had some mentors in my early faculty career who were working in education. I was in a psychology department, which tries to, you know, they have like, you know, serious physics envy. And so they want to be a science, and they, you know, so things having to do with education or the real world, people often get scared away from. But I had some colleagues who were into education, among them Edmund Gordon, who's 104 years old and still going. But you know, having colleagues and then meeting people in the schools who were working, this was in New Haven, Connecticut, and they had a bilingual education program, mostly at that time, kids from Puerto Rico who were doing kind of a circular migration between the island and New Haven. But it was a substantial bilingual program going on. This was in the 1970s. And just becoming friends and getting to know the people there. And most of what I do in kind of practice and policy come from just, you know, backing into situations like that and learning from them. But the way I would divide up the space is, you know, there's kind of local stuff that goes on. And a lot of these are, you know, kind of local politics based on the demographics of the community. New Haven was, the minority population was Black and Puerto Rican at that time. So it was fairly simple, but it was, you know, particulars of that place, right? And it was really having to do with the perspective of a superintendent who might alternate between being Black, a Black superintendent, or a Latino or Puerto Rican superintendent, kind of flip back and forth, and they would have different views of the politics and so forth. And then there's sort of state level stuff, because most programs are regulated through the state. They're the ones who kind of are passed through for a lot of the funding from the federal government that comes through. And then there's the feds, you know, with Congress and so forth. And then there are also other arenas besides, you know, kind of policy as determined by the elected body. So there's the courts, right? There's state laws, there's federal laws, and so forth. And there's, kind of places for activity within that as well. So I've kind of all of the things that Ramon mentioned that I kind of got into, I more or less backed into spaces. And kind of more or less backed into these spaces, and then just found people to work with in helpful areas, and then kind of developed it. And so some spaces like California, of course, it varies by time, but the capacity of the state to work on this has varied a lot. There's times when the department was very active and very visionary. In the 1970s, there was a Guillermo Lopez, who was the director of bilingual education at the time, who was activist, and he had staff in the office who put out a lot of stuff around bilingual education. It was really on the cutting edge. It wouldn't have been happening in other states where you didn't have these sort of individuals within those spaces. So anyway, that's how I would kind of define, then I've looked for ways I can be helpful in those spaces.
Well, thank you both for kind of sharing how you got into this work and how it's prepared you to make sense of the current moment. So I want to zoom in here on a recent series of events. So the Trump administration recently rescinded Obama-era guidance on how schools should comply with their legal obligation under federal law to serve students classified as English learners. So before we get into the impact of this move, which is a big part of what I want to focus on, can you first tell us a bit about this Obama-era guidance, the 2015 Dear Colleagues letter? What exactly did this earlier guidance, Obama-era guidance, say? How has it been taken up by schools? What had been its impact on policy and practice? And how is it situated within the legacy of the 1974 Lau v. Nichols decision and within the legacy of the civil rights era more generally? And I'll ask you, Kenji, to maybe respond initially, and then Montserrat, if you could respond after that. And then there's a question, Montserrat, I want you to kind of take the lead on after that, if that's okay. And then we'll give Kenji a chance to chime in. But can you help us contextualize historically what is this Obama-era guidance, and what
is this piece of paper,
yeah.
right? Yeah, it's what's called a Dear Colleagues letter. And it's something that, the Department of Education or any federal agency would do, which essentially interprets the law in terms of, and then how that gives guidance, because the law doesn't get the level of program specifics and so forth. It is a guidance to, to basically recipients of the funds under that bill. It's really guidance, but it does have some influence, because it sort of guides the funding, says how you can't use it, what you have to do in order to get funding, and so forth. Guidance from the department interpreting the law generally has sort of varied in this space from back in the 1970s, and that was probably before many of you were around, but that has varied from saying you have to use these funds for bilingual programs that use native language. That was the law, the guidance that was issued. It wasn't in the law, but it was how it was interpreted and put into a letter. And so how aggressive that piece is, and essentially this particular Obama-era guidance did not mandate bilingual education, but it did put in kind of the sorts of things that agencies had to do to have a program that's guided by kind of a well guided, well implemented, well evaluated kinds of programs, and that's sort of what the field calls the Castaneda standards, roughly based on a FL level decision. But the department kind of took that language from that law, which doesn't have the force of, let's say, a Supreme Court ruling. It was just a Fifth Circuit ruling, I think. Maybe it was Ninth, no, it was Fifth. and basically interpreted that into guidance. Now, regulations like this can, I mean, they don't have the force of law, and so, you know, if there's a new administration, they could immediately rescind these letters. That's kind of what they're doing, right? And so, and you know, it's sort of how you feel about these things really depends on how seriously you take these executive orders and so forth that are being issued. You know, you have to remove you know, bad things about slavery from national parks and so forth. Those are all kind of administrative actions, and these are not, you know, it's not that like a law change. It's basically you know, that a change in administration can reverse everything that's been done, right? So it's not, so in a sense, you could look at this and say, yeah, by withdrawing the Obama era thing, which has a certain number of things that require responsible action by agencies, they've rescinded it, which basically means you don't have to do it. But you know, that sort of way of thinking has been around for about 50 years, and it's kind of gotten kind of incorporated or internalized within most state statutes, state regulations, and so forth. So bureaucracies do change very, very slowly. So in a sense, it's just still just withdrawal is a symbolic thing. You know, even if that law were there, most states already know that they, you know, they don't have to follow it if they don't want to. No one's going to come after us because they don't have any more lawyers, and the department isn't functioning. So I'm not sure the withdrawal of the memo itself, I mean, it's symbolic, you know, and it could be brought by the ACLU could bring a lawsuit, or, you know, advocacy groups, MALDEF could bring suits and so forth, saying the district is violating this within, you know, and therefore they're, but, you know, they pretty much know the department's not going to do much about it.
Thanks, Kenji. Montserrat, can you, so Kenji's already kind of getting us to this next question, but I want to give you a chance to either respond to this next question first or to circle back to the previous question if there are things you want to add to Kenji's, Kenji said, based on your perspective when you were in the Department of Ed in the previous administration. But the next question is, can you tell us what rescinding this guidance means in concrete terms? So from your perspective, why is this such a consequential policy shift, or is it? What specific consequences do you anticipate this change having in both the short and long term? And so from your perspective, where you were sitting in the previous administration and where you are now, can you help us make sense of how you're making sense of what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, as Kenji said, the guidance was simply symbolic. And what it was important also about it was that the Department of Justice and the Office of Civil Rights put it together. I still remember when it came out in 2015 under President Obama. I was actually the vice president of the teachers union in Austin, and I received a training about the Dear Colleague letter. And we started training our union members on this Dear Colleague letter. And of course, you know, we would sit down, we would like highlight, print the 40-page document, and this guidance really empower educators, bilingual educators, to, you know, go to their principals and say, it says here on page 3 that, you know, we need to have X, Y, and Z. And many times, you know, we would say that this was kind of like the Bible for English learners. And it was a powerful document. And one of the things that when I started with the Office of English Language Acquisition, we actually did a 2-day convening about the Dear Colleague letter, because some states and some districts were not following the guidance of the Dear Colleague letter, and parents were filing complaints with the Office of Civil Rights, and some were very simple things that were fixed, but we were able to highlight some of those cases, right? And sometimes, you know, it was really pure ignorance of administrators, and it was an easy fix, right? Once the parents knew that they could do this complaint, then you know, things were fixed. So I think it is symbolic. I think, you know, it's concerning, obviously, and I think one of the really important things that we need to make sure that people understand is that the educational civil rights laws are still in place, right? And that any significant policy changes will really face very lengthy legal challenges. And schools would be better off staying in compliance rather than dealing with violations later, right? Maybe in 3-4 years from now. We know that there are states that understand the importance of educating and providing resources, translations, etc., to English learners. We know that, but there's also a lot of concerns, right? Texas, Arizona, Florida, these are states, Oklahoma, these are states that are usually not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So there is a lot of concern on that. But, you know, before you could file a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights, and as you mentioned, that the Office of Civil Rights, a big majority of those lawyers are no longer there. So there is a lot of concern. However, you know, I think we actually, through NAVE, we have been working. We had just a few weeks ago a webinar where we brought David Hinojosa, who is now with I forget the National Center for Youth Law, to come and talk. He was also with the Department of Justice to talk about the Dear Colleague letter. We also had Michael Piera from the Office of Civil Rights, who used to work there as well, to talk to our NABE affiliates about the impacts of this. And one of the things that, you know, we also were able to highlight in this webinar, for instance, we highlighted California and the things that they have done in place at the state level and the district level to ensure that they're following the civil rights of these students. We also invited Michigan, which was very surprising, how they have a committee and how they have been organizing in a way to ensure that these students get what they need when they need it in the way that they need it, right? So I think, yes, granted, this is a big deal, right? However, I think we need to remind ourselves that there are states that are doing a good job in terms of following the law, and that we need to remain vigilant, work with school board in districts, work with states to ensure that that still takes place, and to remind them that this is something that they need to keep doing, right? The fundamentals goals of the federal oversight, you know, that promoted making sure that all students, you know, get the support that they needed. Those were practices that reflected very widely shared values about the equal educational opportunities of the student, on how the students could be successful. So there are ways to still implement that. But again, like, I feel like knowledge is power. You know, educators must be educated about these, what are the best practices, what does research says, and to demand that our students receive what they need. And I think this is not just educators. I think this is when you talk to the communities, when you talk to philanthropy, when you talk to business, and you really work together to ensure that if something is not taking place in your community for English learners, that's when you organize and you really demand that this takes place, and you kind of build this resistance organize in an organized way to ensure that our students get what they need.
Thanks so much for that. I noticed when you were speaking, Montserrat, Kenji lit up. So you have a related comment you want to make here?
Yeah, I think in addition to the legal or civil rights kind of obligations, one of the impacts of this withdrawal of Dear Colleague's letter is really, it does have implications for or consequences for capacity building in the state agencies. That is, to the extent that these Dear Colleagues letter give a structure for thinking about staffing or budgeting for agencies, in a sense, this gives permission for states that have very poor capacity for addressing English learners. So, every state has some equivalent of a director for English learner programs. But for example, when I once visited the capital of Maine to visit their Department of Education, their English learner division had one person, and that person was a former foreign language or English language teacher who had worked in another country, who had been hired by the state to run their program. So that's not good capacity, right? To implement a guidance that says you should have, programs based on theory that is well implemented and evaluated. So it's really the signal that it sends to sort of what kind of capacity is needed to support this kind of program.
Well, on that note, so like I gather that maybe the two of you are not particularly worried about what's going to happen in California right now in the next few years. But are there places that you're worried about in the country, the rights of English learners? Or any thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that there is, Arizona, Florida, Oklahoma. There are states who don't really have been very they have not protected the rights of English learners, right? They have these, and we saw that with the executive order in making English the national language, right? And we are seeing right now with the lack of funding for Title III. It's not in the skinny budget from the president. It's been removed totally from the FY26. And of course, right now we have a government shutdown, and it's very concerning, right? Because as Kenji was saying, yes, there are states who don't have that capacity. Now they're not going to have the money. So it is complicated for sure. But I feel that there is an opportunity to work in collaboration with other states to build alliances that can, it's not going to be great. It's not. I think it's going to be very challenging, but we really need to think outside the box to be able to organize. I'm an organizer by heart, and I've used these three words throughout when I was a teacher, when I was a union organizer, a leader, and it's identify, educate, and mobilize. You identify the issue, you educate stakeholders, and then you mobilize them. I did that moving Title III back to OELA. I did that as an educator trying to get the funding for full-day pre-K program. I did that when the Austin ISD started the dual language program, trying to expand it to all the elementary schools. And I still use those three words: identify, educate, and mobilize. And we have people power. We have a lot of great minds, great professors, great researchers, and this is the time where we need to really build those alliances, highlight what is working, and create our own blueprint of what Project 2028 is going to be. Research can do a lot of that research of highlighting what great programs are doing, what systems are in place, what processes are in place. So hopefully in 4 years, when we have the opportunity to have a different administrator, that we can come ready to go to start implementing our Project 2028 that supports multilingualism for all, that supports bilingualism for all students.
Right. The conversation is sort of organically flowing in the direction I hoped it would. So I hate to throw a wrench into things, and we only have like 10 minutes, but really quickly to confront like kind of what we're up against. I know that the Trump administration has also virtually decimated the Office of English Language Acquisition, OELA, which you directed under the Biden-Harris administration, Montserrat. Can you tell us about, very briefly, about the work you did there, and give us a sense of what are we losing with the Trump administration's moves to dismantle OELA? What are you most worried about?
Oh, I mean, you know, when I was with OELA, we were able to we developed our 4 big priorities which was early learning, parent engagement, dual language, and skills of biliteracy. And that really, those 4 priorities really led all the work that we did. Under the Biden and Harris administration, we had all 50 states endorse the seal of biliteracy. We were able to do a big project about dual language in 5 states, California, Texas, New York, North Carolina, and Utah. And we created 4 playbooks that talked about staffing, foundational work, policies, and community and parent engagement. And those, I mean, we visited 19 schools, elementary, middle school in these 5 states. All of these were in public schools, which was a very big deal. That's something that the secretary really wanted to do. And of course, then we had our discretionary grants. But what I'm really worried, I work with 16 people at the department, federal workers, and that, you know, 15 of them are gone. There's only 1 person in the Office of English Language Acquisition doing technical assistant for 50 states, dealing with 107 national professional development grants, which, by the way, I'm a recipient. That's how I was able to get my master's at UT Proyecto Maestría. And just on Monday, on September 22nd, the Department of Education send non-continuation letters to almost 30 national professional development grants. And that is outrageous. These are grants that were actually helping teachers get their ESL certification, their bilingual certification. These were really important grants that were really making a big difference in different states. And, you know, in a way, it also tells you the hypocrisy of this administration, that in one way they're pushing for an executive order saying that everybody should learn English, that English is the national language, right? But then on the other side, they have pretty much dismantled the only office in the Department of Education that actually focus on teaching students English, academic English. That was our job, right? So there's this hypocrisy in this administration that makes no sense. But for me, it's simple. This is a xenophobic agenda that wants to erase us, that doesn't respect our multilingual powers, and that wants to a certain extent, you know, put a white supremacy agenda. And it is it's very scary. But one of the things that I keep thinking is, and just the past 8 months, I've been visiting a lot of different states and I've been doing a lot of keynotes, and I've been talking to people on the ground, and I'm seeing that regardless of all the craziness that's taking place at the federal level, there are still a lot of committed educators, administrators that understand that multilingualism is not a luxury. It's a necessity in the 21st century. And that we need to invest, that we need to empower educators with that knowledge, and that we need to, again, keep doing the work that needs to get done. I think at the state and the district level is the most important work, to be honest, and document that. And again, I said again, we need to start creating our own blueprint of what we want to take back in 4 years from now.
Thanks for shedding some light on that. And I know I took us to there to kind of focus on the negative, but I want to pivot back because we only have 5 minutes left. So one thing you said early on, Montserrat, was that we've been through times like this, or similar times, maybe not the exact same times, but similar times before. And when you said that, I think or maybe I imagined this, Kenji, I saw you kind of nod or something in your eyes. So this is what I want to ask you both in moving towards a sort of closing here. In just a couple minutes each, if each of you could tell me, thinking about the past, present, and future of education for English learners in this country, what gives you hope? What possibilities do you envision? And despite the challenge, the very real challenges that we're up against, if we're trying to face the facts, so to speak, how can an understanding of the historical struggle to promote educational justice for English learners offer us hope for more just educational futures? So if each of you could talk briefly about kind of forward-looking, future-oriented, what gives you hope? I'd like to go first.
Let's see. I guess, you know, I look back to cycles of you know, with Proposition 68 in California, 63, I think California was Esa Hayakawa's English only initiative back in the 90s. And 1980s. So it was quite a ways back. And then there was, you know, Ron Unz's Proposition 227, which banned bilingual education. And, you know, things swing back and forth. We're seeing that also with, you know, school desegregation. And, you know, it's not just in the bilingual arena, but things swing back and forth. And so each time you sort of, you know, swing the wrong way, you sort of look forward to the swing the other way and hope that you can do a better job, learn from your mistakes, and move forward. This won't be sort of our last swing at this problem. And what does give me hope, but it's also a fear, is that there are still a lot of people interested in coming into this field and working on improving the research and the training and all of the necessary pieces of education for these kids. And there are still people in the bureaucracies that are trying to be kind of eliminated, individuals who are kind of still keepers, or they're veterans of the offices that are still hanging around, although many of them are unfortunately retiring, which is part of my fear, is that the exodus of people is sapping a lot of the energy that these institutions will need. But I definitely see graduate schools and kind of schools of education, teachers going through as being kind of the source of renewal. And, my fear is that, it's all this symbolic stuff, people really get pretty, so why go into this field? It's just by, like walking into a field of headaches. But the commitment that I see of people getting into this, I think is really important to cultivate.
And Montserrat, any final words on what gives you hope in the current moment?
What gives me hope is the resilience and the advocacy of educators and families who have, continuously keep fighting for equitable opportunities. I go to my students' graduation, my former pre-K students, to their graduations every year. I've gone to 40 plus graduations in the past 8 years, and to hear them be bilingual, bicultural, biliterate with so much pride, that gives me hope, that gives me strength, because we need them, right? We need those students to share their stories. We need those students to be civic participants. And I think as an immigrant, I've always learned to have plan A, plan B, and C. And that's something that, as I share with you, identify, educate, and mobilize. The students that are right there today, they give me hope. The fact that they're there, that they're learning, it's really important. For me, knowledge is power. And we need you to know the history, because I agree, as Kenji said, it's very important. We need to know what our past history was in order to do better, to not repeat the mistakes that we've done in the past. And, today we're, of course, another thing that gives me a lot of hope is that we have really been able to acknowledge and share that multilingualism is a strength, and that it's something that makes us better humans, that helps our mind. And I really feel that we're in a moment of time where we all know the importance of multilingualism and why that is so important, to see it in an asset base, and that makes us so much better humans. And I'm really, I'm an optimist. I didn't suffer as, my husband's parents, not knowing, being hit in Texas to learn Spanish, right? Because they were speaking Spanish, that they suffer, they literally suffer with the ruler and with, them getting hit in schools. And now it's a different kind of fight, but it's worth it, because those 5.3 million English learners, who, by the way, 70% of them are US citizens, there are people. They are the future of our country, and they're worth fighting for.
So powerful. I appreciate both of you kind of ending on that hopeful note. When I emailed Kenji and Montserrat about this panel, and the theme of past, present, and future of English learner education, Kenji replied, can I quote your email? That's okay. You said, from my perspective, past history is especially important to remember at times like this, when it would be so easy to get into doom scrolling mode, which is unproductive. Kids have a life ahead of them, so we have no time to dwell on the negatives. So sorry for taking you both into the negatives for a while, but you've brought us back out into a more hopeful orientation. Thanks for pointing to our folks here as a source of hope. Montserrat, you give me hope. The amazing work you've done, the amazing work you're doing. Kenji, you've shown a light and shown us a path, given us a blueprint for our own respective blueprints. So thank you both for the amazing work you've done, and amazing work you continue to do. We're a little bit behind. We have been a little bit behind. I hate to not leave room for questions, but we should end it. But if there's one burning question anybody wants to ask Kenji and or Montserrat, I'll allow it.
Hi, thank you again both for your talk. I had a question about the metaphor of like the pendulum swinging back and forth. Sometimes, maybe this is the way I'm interpreting, it can kind of feel frustrating, because if on the opposite side, like when things are moving our way and, we're progressing, then knowing that there's going to be a backlash. So like, what do you, like in your experience, recommend so we don't have to always swing back and forth?
I'm not sure there's much we can. I feel like a lot of the pendulum swings are a result of much bigger forces than you can do within sort of the space that you're operating. Much like, like sentiment towards immigrants and immigration and so forth. And those themselves are influenced by other factors as well. And so I feel like the better sort of inoculation is just to be aware that that's, that they will, this is a good day, but there may be other days on the positive side. So I think, kind of awareness and being able to talk to others around you, to, discuss sort of that, so that you're not sort of totally, checking each other, I would say is, I have no particular inoculations to that. I don't know,
Montserrat, any thoughts on that?
I think it's hard. Yeah, I think it's hard not to have that pendulum up and down. I think the importance of us as a community, as an ecosystem, to be always learning and knowledgeable of what's taking place, it's really important, right? And for me, becoming a US citizen was a big deal, and being a civic participant and taking it as a responsibility about what was happening in my city council, in my school board, that to me was very important, to be educated about the issues, whether it was through volunteering or being part of a board. Having that pulse, that check polls in our community is very important. And I think more than ever, we have to be critical thinkers, analytical of what's going on, and not believing everything that is online. And I think that that's one of the things that we need to be better at. We need to be better about having courageous conversations. We need to be better about really learning what's taking place, so you don't become surprised when that pendulum is up and down. You need to be informed and aware. I often say there's a reason why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We need to do more listening of our communities to understand how things are changing, and to be able to organize on the issues that are important for us.
There are days when I feel like maybe we don't have a pendulum anymore.
Well, thank you both so much for your insights, your thoughts, and your work. We're so grateful for you having spent time with us today. Can you all join me again in thanking Montserrat Garibay and Kenshi Hakuta for their time? Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day, Montserrat. Thank you.
Muchísimas
Thank you so much,
gracias.
Kenji.
Hasta luego.
Thank you. Nos vemos. Bye. Okay, we're behind. We're going to take like an 8-minute break or so. Does that work? 7 or 8-minute break? 8-minute break. 2:15, we'll be back here for our next session, our final official session.
And getting settled. Just one note I want to make. We're here. We're at the last session of our 2-day conference. We made it. And before we really dive in, I do want to remember that we're centering this conference and our work around our RILE students and really honoring who they are and what they bring to our space. So for each session, we invite our RILE students to come take up space and introduce our panelists. So I'm going to ask for Beth Bass and Rosalia Mendoza to come to the mic and get us started.
Well, we made it, y'all. This is actually my first time participating, so I'm really excited to be introducing community members. And next to my wonderful colleague, friend, Beth Bass. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started with our first one. Amika Guillaume is an experienced educator and community leader with over 2 decades of service in public education. She currently serves as Executive Site Director of College Track East Palo Alto. Most recently, she was Chief Operating Officer at Peninsula Bridge, where she led program strategy, coaching, and data-driven evaluation for a 4th grade to college success pipeline. She previously served as a founding principal of Los Robles Dual Immersion Magnet Academy and principal of East Palo Alto Academy, where she implemented a civic learning graduation requirement and expanded college access initiatives. In 2016, the PBS documentary Nova, School of the Future, featured East Palo Alto Academy as a national model for innovative education. Amika is a former TFA Corps member and a Harvard-trained school leader. Her recognitions include the ACSA Valuing Diversity Award, the Marcus Foster Memorial Award for Administrator Excellence, and honors for the city of East Palo Alto. A proud mother of 3, Amika takes special pride in the fact that all of her children graduated from Los Robles with the seal of biliteracy. Let's give her a hand.
Also have the honor of introducing Anna Vasudev. Anna Vasudev currently serves on the Berkeley School Board and has been an elected member of the Berkeley School Board since December 2020. As an English language learner who benefited from supportive and diverse public schools, Anna is thrilled to serve as an elected trustee for the California Latino School Board Association. She also serves as an elective member of the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee. Anna holds a Master's of Regional Planning degree from Cornell University, and in her professional life works to promote transportation equity in public schools in San Mateo County.
Our next committee member is Ana Aviles, who is a SFUSD parent with 2 children in elementary and middle school. She has over a decade of experience in parent leadership and has worked at the Mission Economic Development Agency, which is also known as MEDA, for 9 years. Anna has served as the chair of District English Learner Advisory Committee, member of the Latinx Community Council, and chair of the James Lick Middle School Site Council. She also serves as an inclusion chair in the Daniel Webster PTA. Anna created Community Recommendation Tracker to support accountability. Her work centers equity, inclusion, and strong partnerships between families and schools. Let's give another hand.
So honored to introduce Joanna Ho. Joanna Ho is a New York Times bestselling and award-winning author of many books for children. She has received the Asian Pacific American Award for Children's Literature Honor, a Golden Kite Award, an Ezra Jack Keats Honor, and been a finalist for the Kirkus Prize. She is a writer, an educator with a passion for anti-bias, anti-racism, and equity work. She holds a BA in psychology from the University of Pennsylvania and a master's from the Principal Leadership Institute at Berkeley. She has been an English teacher, a dean, the designer of an alternative to prison program, a creator of educator professional development, and a high school vice principal. As an administrator, she was awarded the San Mateo County Dorothy Bojan Honored Teacher Award for inspiring students in areas of justice, civic engagement, and diversity awareness. She lives in the Bay Area where she survives on homemade chocolate chip cookies, me too, outdoor adventures, and dance parties with her kids. Keep your eyes open for more books to come. Let's give a round of applause for Johanna and for the wonderful community educators here on our panel. And I will hand the mic over to the fabulous coordinator, Gabriela.
Wonderful. So as you can see, we have a plethora of knowledge and we're so excited to get into conversation. And as we mentioned at the beginning of the day, end with tools and strategies that we can walk away with to bring back into our communities. So I want to start with the just sort of soft opening, doing a lightning round and help us get to know you more a little better. I am going to share a couple of prompts and you could just fill in the blank. And we'll start with Joanna, if that's okay. And we'll head this way. So one lesson my community has taught me is
there's hope always, even in darkness, and that creativity and art is one of the greatest tools that we have in revolution, in life, in resistance. So to never give up on the things of our heart, but to continue to do the work that matters despite all obstacles.
Thank you.
I guess for me, it's unity and how important that is, that unidos en acción, we can do more together than by ourselves marching together. And so that's something that I definitely am carrying with me this year. Just came back from our California Latino School Board Association conference with our other school board partners, our API partners and Association for Black School Board members. And it was called Unidos en Acción, and we're marching together and stronger together than if we all split up. So that's awesome.
For me is to really change the narrative. A lot of the times I think our school system has made parents believe that we're failing our kids and that we're supposed to have them ready for school, but in reality is the system ready for our children. Are you ready to serve my child? Are you ready to provide them the resources they need in order to be successful in your education system so they can run this country in the near future? And something else I want to share is a lot of the times we talk about engagement, participation, and partnership. They're all three different things. We start with participation and including families and and our students in different aspects or classes, activities, workshops, whatever you want to do, but then engaging them in the conversation in that workshop, that's also a second step. But creating that true partnership is what is going to make our learning experience transformational. Because as a parent, if I believe that I'm a partner with you and that we're working together in order to serve our child, then we're going to do it in a better place versus just engaging or participating in a workshop, but creating that true partnership that is going to live forever.
Gosh, that's hard to go behind. Good afternoon, everyone. The number one thing that came to mind when I saw that was our kids, our scholars, our young people are so far advanced beyond us. We are in good hands. They see the future in ways that we're just barely catching up. Pronouns, please. Why are we even talking about it? Global warming, I'm on the solution side of this right now. Why are we talking about it? This is not a does it exist, does it need to exist? It's can we please move on? I've got work to do. And so I'm very blessed that I work among young people every single day, and I just get to watch their brilliance, and I just need to get out of the way. And I just need to make sure they have the tools to get started, because we are taking too long. Us old folks are wasting their time. And we just, to your point, need to create the system so they can hurry up and get to work. They're ready. They are so ready. So I just know that we are in very, very good hands, because the way they see the world is much more hopeful than many other people much older than they are, which brings me tremendous hope. And it just makes me realize that I can be a grandmother one day. Stuff. And it's really in their hands, and they're amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Beautiful. And I really want to just remind us all that we are hearing from people who are working closely with the communities that in a research space we are often separated from. So it's really nice to hear the examples you're already sharing and the hope that you're starting us off with. The second sentence I have for you to fill in the blank is, one small act that makes a big difference for students and families is. Can we start with Ana Aviles and then we'll go around?
I kind of want to piggyback on what you said is step back. It's step back. Let our families and our students lead. What I invite everybody and challenge everybody to do in a space of power, if you have that space and you have that power, remove yourself and bring that person in front of you so they can take a seat and lead the work. Because a lot of the times we want to become the leaders, the face of, but it's really not you, it's the community that we're serving. So I think we really need to center our privilege, because everybody that's here, some shape, way, or form, we all have privilege. Me as a parent, I have a privilege being able to be here, but I'm also an immigrant, and I'm also an English learner, and I'm also have other things that I've struggled in my life. But I also know that I stand with privilege and make sure that I am aware of that and step down when I need to.
I want to repeat something that Montserrat said earlier. The term that they use often in the South, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Listen twice, speak once. And to your point, Anna, precisely that. Our young people are so wise, and we just need to give them the space. Absolutely.
That's my turn. I feel like mine's really similar. I mean, I come from a writing perspective. I think like the first thought that came to mind is this idea that we need to trust our readers. So oftentimes as a writer, you have a temptation to sort of spell out everything in a book or in a story or the themes. You want to lay it all out because you want to make sure they get it. And I think one of the greatest gifts you can give is to know that, like to what Amika said earlier, they're 10 steps ahead of us already. They can see, they can infer, they have insights that are so much deeper. And so it's really similar, but for all of us to trust our readers, our students, our teachers, our parents, to trust them and to give them the space to do that work, to do the interpretation for whatever it is, whatever work it is that we're trying to do.
I think for me, it's kind of along what everyone was saying about like listening and passing the mic, but also being really conscious of how you create that space. And as a school board member, I think people think like especially parents in the district will think that you have all the answers, but you're there to serve them. So being really humble and explaining that, like, I'm here to serve you. I don't have all the answers because your reality and your child's experience might be very fundamentally different from my child's experience. But for that parent to feel empowered to speak, to give public comment, to speak in a packed room, that I have to be able to kind of lay out give the mic in a way that really honors them, right? Does that mean that I have interpretation and translation available? Does that mean that I've created the space so that people can authentically listen to those voices, that the room is full of people that are ready to hear that, right? So I think it's listening and giving the mic, but also empowering those communities. So when they're there, they feel that they can show up as their authentic selves and that you're creating a safe space where they will be listened and respected, right? Like kind of laying the ground rules. For me, using my power and my mic to recenter the conversation and focus back on our students becomes very important. And so I think now I'm on my 5th year on the school board. I'm like more hyper aware of how I can, learning through this process of how I can use my position to give the mic to other people and raise the volume so their voice is louder than mine.
That makes me think about even just small gestures that people can do when they're interacting with communities, like knowing the names of the people you're talking to and really making a point of that. Being human is what I'm hearing from you all. So we're going to shift to our first sort of round of question and response. And I structured it in a way that's maybe we talk a little bit about the struggles and then end on hope, which is sort of what we started on. So ground yourselves. I'm kidding. My first question is for you all to really consider your vantage point, whether as an educator, parent advocate, school board member, community leader. You all come with different sets of power and perspectives. What struggles are you seeing most urgently in schools and communities right now?
Addressing fear, addressing immigration, the rates that are hurting our students, our families, our community, mental health. It's big for our students. Social emotional skills that during that pandemic was something that they didn't have the opportunity to interact socially. And I say this because my son was in kindergarten behind a screen for a full year and a couple of months, right? Also like looking to support the intersectionality. I have a transgender child, and being a male, being inmigrante, being brown, those are challenges that he's gonna live and he's gonna face. And really thinking about how can we make sure we uplift them and also provide them the tools they need to uplift themselves. I truly believe that my self-empowerment was through my own learning and my experience. No one in this room is able to empower me but myself. I feel that a lot of the times we think that we're saviors, and you're not my savior, I'm my own savior. So those are the things that I feel that we really need to look into supporting our children and our families.
I can jump in. You're gonna go to so I am an author. I'm also a founder of an organization called Authors Against Book Bans, and so this is really much from this vantage point that I have. But I think I first have to preface by saying it's such a hard question to answer because it feels like there's so many fires and like so many things coming to attack our humanity, education, this like all of the things. So I say this recognizing this is from a very specific vantage point, which isn't to say it's the most important. There's so many, but from where I'm sitting, it's the erasure of our stories and our histories and the changing of curriculum and the whitewashing of everything, whether that's children, trans kids not able to come to school, not being able to read stories about themselves in class, whether it's about learning that slavery was great for slaves and that's going to become, part of like the curriculum in many states. So this like disgusting, inhumane just retelling of truth, like this idea of that we need to claim our narrative, reclaim our narrative, and continually push for that. And so within that, I would say something that I see often, and I think we're seeing it everywhere, is the capitulation that's happening early, the fear that is silencing people before they're even being asked to be silent, the pulling of books off the shelves in case parents will be angry. We just aren't even going to go there. We're not going to teach it. You know, we're not inviting authors, not inviting speakers, not teaching curriculum because people are afraid of what might happen, not because someone's already pushed back. I feel like the capitulation early just helps the dominoes fall more quickly. And so my hope, I think, in this question is that knowing that this is the context within which we operate, that each of us in our spaces, in the power that we have, that we refuse to capitulate, that we push and we do what we know is right. And then particularly as school leaders, as leaders within education, I see it so often. So Amika, full disclosure, Amika and I worked together at East Palto Academy. She was the principal, I was the vice principal. And I think about Amika a lot because I think if this had happened at our school, Amika would have made sure the teachers were teaching the curriculum and teaching the books that we knew our students needed. And then she would have weathered the district. She would have weathered the parents. She would have taken that and become a protector of the things that she knew we needed to learn. And I see so many leaders capitulating early. And so I think about that a lot. And I'm grateful for the examples that I've had in my own journey.
We're glad you have a reunion.
Well, yeah, I mean, along the lines of what you said, Joanna, I think definitely, and you know what everyone has said, addressing the fear, the real fear that's happening right now with young people. And I think the censorship in our schools, like I think a lot of people assume because I represent Berkeley, that Berkeley is this beacon of academic freedom. And on the contrary, we have a very conservative city council. We had a former mayor, very conservative, has been supporting legislation that could impact very negatively on the teaching of ethnic studies in the state of California. And so for me, you know, I was board president when our superintendent got called and was being grilled before Congress. And on the day she was being grilled before Congress, our students were going out on a walkout. And I had members of the city council and someone from the Department of Education call me and say, you need to get control of your kids. And I was like, no, because these kids have the right to question what's happening in the world. And you know, a member of the city council told me that I should send them all to detention for going on a walkout that day. And I thought that's crazy. And so, you know, I'm fighting between this really conservative identity in Berkeley that's coming up and this progressive idea of Berkeley where, you know, academic freedom is respected, right? And student voice is uplifted. And so that's what made me want to run. And that's the part of Berkeley that I love, the part where we're uplifting student voice. But it's like I have to hold the ground really hard. And so for me, making young people feel safe, addressing that fear in a very practical way, like these are the practical things you can do, and opening the doors for them and protecting them, right? Like it's not just enough to say like, these are the policies that we're passing to protect you, but it's showing up and walking with them. It's showing up and listening to them. It's telling them like, this is how I'm trying to create your curriculum with your teacher. And this is how we're going to make sure that your identity is respected within the school day. It's giving them the mic. It's the small gestures that you said, Gabriela. It's like knowing their names, making sure that the student directors speak first. So when I was board president, I had the student director sit on like right next to me in the middle of the dais, right? Like not on the side, they used to sit on the side. I was like, no, in the middle so that you guys start the conversation first because I'm here to serve you. So I want you to start with what's happening in the schools and then I'll speak last. So I think it's being humble enough to know when to step back to be able to address that fear, because I see that in a lot of young people. There's just a whole lot of anxiety right now. It's a whole lot of anxiety, much more than when I was younger. And so they're getting news so quickly all the time, right? Crazy things happening all the time, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's peer-to-peer, whether, you know, whatever they're doing, they're just bombarded with news. So the anxiety is really high, right? So how do I make them feel safe, right? Like helping them, just giving them an outlet to express themselves and knowing that there's, without fear of retaliation, that's really real. And I think for our immigrant students, it is really uniting on a practical step with, you know, I'm working so closely with the AAPI School Board Association, the PISMA, to, you know, fight for ethnic studies, to fight for English language learners, basic stuff, right? Like the basic things that we fought for, like 40, 50 years ago. The fight is back. And so, we've had conversations, about how we can use AI responsibly, right? Because in education, a lot of unions naturally would be skeptical about AI, but you can use it as a way to facilitate translation, right? Like, how do you use it responsibly? That was one of the panels that we had at the recent conference I was at, the Unity Conference for the California Latino School Board Association. How can we use it to make sure that our meetings are more inclusive, right? And navigate that weird labor conversation. But it just going back to the basics, and I think addressing that fear, addressing that anxiety through practical protection and showing up, I think is really important now more than ever.
I really just want to make a quick note because you mentioned Superintendent Anikia Ford-Morthell, and if you all ever want to see a great model of strength and grace, it's really worth a watch to see her testimony at Congress and just defend the beautiful work that you all are doing. It's completely worth it.
So to frame a little bit about where I'm coming from, I left being a principal because I had too many scholars, and we have a 10-year promise when school started very much with the help of the GSE here at Stanford. Our scholars get to go to university, get to have help and graduate, but then they were coming to me asking for a job, for jobs that don't require a diploma. Then I also have the families coming to me because they have undocumented children who have a degree, but can't get a job. And it made me sick. I've been doing this work for 25 years and I can't help these two fundamental issues, which are terrible when I consider that I started this work because I wanted to diversify the culture of power. I need to make sure that the narratives out there in the world truly represent our diverse world, because that's the only way we're going to get to world peace. If you have one narrative, what the heck? What about all the rest of us? And then also to disrupt the culture, the cycle of poverty in all communities, you need to have these diverse narratives. There's not one way to look at the world. And how can I do that work if I'm sending kids off to college? They can't get a job. They can't get a career ladder job. And so two of the very important things we do at College Track is we leverage our alumni since 1997 to create career ladder jobs and access. We also have a whole team dedicated to our undocumented scholars, which by the way are now called Scholar Support. And we're just supposed to know that that means they're undocumented. So if you look for it on our website, you will no longer find it, but they're still there. And so I do believe that the fight right now is that I'm trying to push for university. I'm trying to fight for access to career level opportunities, carreras, real careers. And at the same time, they're getting this message, oh, you shouldn't go to university. You should go to trade school. All of a sudden, I'm arguing with community college partners. Guess what percentage of low income, first gen kids who go to community college actually graduate with a BA in 6 years? Throw out some numbers. What do you think? What percentage of kids who are low income, first gen, who go off to community college and say they're going to transfer and say they're going to get a BA in 6 years? Let's say 6 years. Let's give them some wiggle room.
I heard a 20 in the back.
Lower. 11%. 11%. So I'm here wrestling with folks who are telling community college, it's free, it's going to be easier. No, statistics are not on your side. Oh, but why should I go to liberal arts education? Those schools don't even exist to give me a career. I should become an electrician. It's more practical. What is going to happen to higher ed if our narrative is not there? What is going to happen to career level positions and the true culture of power if we're not in those spaces? That's what keeps me up at night. And that's the work we have to fight for. We have to make university, places of knowledge, live vibrantly and live welcome for our families and our students and everyone. They're saying, oh, we don't need to hear from you. We've heard from you enough. What the heck? You barely heard from me and then you shut it down. So that's the part that is so hard, because we're fighting against lots of powerful folks who are very organized, and we have to be the antidote in every way possible. And that in some cases, I'm fighting against my own community. I love that you're at the community college, and I love that you're making access for everyone. And I love those 2 years are free. But if my baby can get into a 4-year, leave that for somebody else. That's the work we have to do.
And that's intentional, what we're seeing, sort of this attack on on academia. And I really want to appreciate the naming of the fact that these struggles are not only what was named, there's so many other challenges on top of what you are all just discussing. And we have to remember that in all of the unique spaces we're in, one challenge really does affect multiple people, multiple communities, which then interprets to multiple generations. And we're going to shift to what we can do about it. But let's get some movement going and finally explain why you all have these colorful pipe cleaners. Yes. So I wanted us to just have a break in between so that we can walk around. And our task is to connect all of these with the people in the room. So by the end of it, we will have one connected piece. You make it work. That is right. I was an elementary school teacher. And I love doing these activities with adults because it just shows like our creativity is just rooted in us. It's really just a part of who we are as humans. And how often do we let adults laugh? So this last round before we get into Q&A is talking about the visions and possibilities and the helpful notes you've already given us, but just digging into a little more detail so that we can walk out with some ideas and hopes. The first one I have is, what practices, commitments, or values help you sustain this work even when it's hard? What do you do?
I can start.
Thank you.
Because every time I complain, my family would say, "You're lucky you were born on the right side of freedom." I don't know if that's supposed to be good. It's probably not very healthy, but my mom has escaped, poverty and not many choices in a very tiny village in the Philippines. My father didn't quite escape communist Czechoslovakia. He happened to be on the right side of freedom when the Russians rolled in and they wouldn't let him back in. And for that, they tortured his family that was still in Czechoslovakia. Torture is maybe a little dramatic, but made their lives very, very difficult because he was outside of the country at the time. And so anytime we complained, I always think about, I am raising children who were born on the right side of freedom. And that is a privilege. And I am so lucky. And with great privilege comes great responsibility. And so I think about those young people I mentioned before who are so ahead of the curve and how I have to invest in them. And I think about the trip I took to Guatemala with my EPA students, many of whom were the first time. They were from Guatemala, but never got to go back. And so my favorite photo is, on the plane with their US passports. So I think about making opportunities possible because I have such privilege. And so I don't have time to waste on feeling bad or sad because my ancestors went through too much to give me this very incredible privilege.
Are we going?
We're all family now. So.
Yeah. My children, and I, as my bio says, I represent DLAC, which is English Learner Advisory Committee in district level in San Francisco Unified School District. I also represent the Latinx Community Council that was actually a written resolution by, the support of Gabriela Lopez when she was on school board. And thank you for that because it's bringing visibility to our Latino children. And being a Latina and being able to grow up in San Francisco and went through the school system myself as a student and then realized that now as an adult, I'm like, oh, I was an English learner and I got reclassified when I was in high school. Wow, I didn't know that. And so how do my mom doesn't even know what that means till this day, and I'm like, how do we inform? And I think Montserrat also said that earlier, identify the problem, educate and mobilize. And so that's something that I feel that education is so powerful. And we as parents have so much power, you guys, that is insane. Once you realize how much power we have, just brief example, they were going to change something in my school And I was just like, no, you're not. And I was like fighting against the whole, wave against me. And I'm like, and I mobilized a whole group of parents, and we all came to the board, and we're like, if you want to see more parents coming up to your board and disrupting your meeting, then continue your movement. If you don't want that, then cut this off right now, And so it's important that we identify and we know how much power we carry within ourselves and use it for the right purpose.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely along the same lines. Like knowing how to organize strategically is really important. I think, definitely shout out to Gabriela, because we passed the Latinx resolution in Berkeley to create a framework for how we're going to support Latino students. And that's something that I've talked about with other Latino school board members as part of a state organization. So Texas and California have the largest Latino affinity-based school boards associations. And so we talk to each other. So after Uvalde, we worked on a resolution in California to promote school safety, but we did that with our counterparts in Texas and really uplifted their work, and then brought it to California to talk about school safety issues and to acknowledge the racism of what happened in Uvalde. So I think it's really important to work in coalition, to be strategic about the policies that you're passing, but also to help parents, right? To help at the grassroots level, the communities that you're trying to help them understand their power. Because I think that's where the rubber hits the road. When people don't understand their power, then it becomes really hard to change systems. So I think, making sure that you're working closely at the grassroots level with your Latino organizations, your API organizations, Organization for Black Parents. And so you're explaining to them how this really in the public school, how a very complicated bureaucratic system where you have all these different budgets trying to put together like one position or one program, right? Like if you look at the funding of public schools, it's just, I don't know how else to say it other than it's really gross. Like it's so piecemeal, and you're cobbling little, pots of funding, like for college and career readiness. There's all these different little grants, and you're just, God, I just want to point the program at the high school. Why is it so complicated? Why do I have to depend on 10 different grants to fund something that's so fundamental and basic? So I think it's explaining to people how those systems work, right? So that when the budgeting process, it's very cyclical in public school when we're making these decisions for the upcoming school year, but explaining at the grassroots level to folks, like, this is when we're making important decisions that are going to impact your kids. Show up, come. This is how you're going to yell at me in public, like literally. I'm going to spell it out for you because you've told me one-on-one, and I'm so thankful. I appreciate that, because I speak Spanish, and we're going to get together and you're going to tell me how you feel. But telling me I'm one vote and there's 5 people on my board, I need to convince 2 other folks. And so there's all these reasons why I by myself can't do it. So you're going to help me, right? Like having that very practical grassroots conversation is so important. And then teaching new school board members too that show up that are like, I have all these ideas. I'm like, great, bro. I'm so excited you got elected. But if you want to see that happen, right, this is what you got to do. And so for me, when I go to those conferences, that's the important part, because then I meet more seasoned people, right? So having the humility to say, I'm not the first one who thought about this, right? And how did you do that in your district? And sometimes it's like really small districts, the SoCal district, sometimes like you guys really got it together. And so looking at different parts of the state too, and learning from each other and being humble and open to the fact that other people have done cooler things than you have, that you should learn from them. That's important. And then also, bringing what you've done effectively, sharing that knowledge with somebody new, right? Dale la mano and you raise them up, like, and have those kind of like mentorship relationships. I think those were really important for me the first year that I was on school board. I reached out to Gabriela. I remember when I got elected and I was like, I want to pass this resolution to help Latino kids. Reached out to you. And so it's so important to reach out to other leaders and to learn from each other, and those practical steps to give the mic and create the space so that those vulnerable communities are authentically listened to, right? Because that's where you use your voice as an elected official. You set the ground rules, right? Because you got like someone up there who's your colleague and slightly racist. You're like, hey, remember how you said that you care about vulnerable populations? Here's your time to show it, right? And then you set the room, right? You set it up so that those vulnerable populations understand their power in that moment.
Like what everyone else said. Mine is also really similar. I think for me, I think about coalition building, which is what I feel like everyone is talking about. Like, I think in education, it's so easy to, whether you're in the classroom or whether you're on a particular school site, or maybe even in a district, you can get very tunnel vision about what's happening in your small world. It's your whole world, and it's often overwhelming. And I think sometimes we forget exactly, you know, what was being said earlier. There are so many other people who are doing similar work, who have other incredible ideas, and then united together, we have more power. I'll give you a concrete example from an author book banning space. So when Authors Against Book Bans formed early last year. So I think the other thing to say is the other side, whatever that means, they know their power, they have money, they're very organized in terms of, like, the book banning is not just about book banning, it's about dismantling the system of education, it's about controlling our curriculum, it's about ultimately taking over our schools and controlling what is learned and who has power and who will have power for generations. Book banning is one aspect of, it's like one tool, and they're very organized, you know, in every way. And we're kind of playing catch up in lots of ways. And so when we started, there are so many other organizations united against book bans. There's the American Library Association, there's PEN America, and people are all doing the work separately. Texas Freedom to Read, you know, the Florida librarians. And when we formed, we realized there is no unifying table where all of the people who are doing this work are actually talking to each other. So last year, for example, PEN America and the American Library Association, they both put out studies about book banning, and they were contradictory, which obviously is not helping. And so being able to pull players together, sit everyone down at a table to have unifying conversations, to get on the same page, to strategize together, slowly solidifies and you know, gathers the power behind the movements and behind the things you're trying to do. So like, as a small win this year, the study that came out, everybody, you know, just use the same study from PEN America. We have more unified language. There's a lot more unity, but I think for us, in whatever spaces we're in, it's about building that coalition, finding and knowing and recognizing, even if people don't all agree on exactly how we need to be doing this work, and we're not using exactly the same language or the same strategies, if we can recognize that we are all aligned in the same goal, then we need to find ways to work together to consolidate our power, because we have power.
That's actually something I want to help us really make a connection to, because all that I heard as your responses was, how are you using the power you have to open up access and opportunities for others? And how do you teach people the knowledge you have to do political strategy, or to really engage in different committees that are connected to power? And it's a good reminder in any space that you're in to figure out the power structure. Who's at the top, who's making the decisions, who was put in place to tell whatever group how to teach or what to teach, and acknowledge that and remember that. I'll just say it, before I ran for the school board, I was an educator, a public school teacher in the district in San Francisco, and I didn't even know what a board of education was. Someone broke that down for me and explained that we, as citizens of any place, any city you're living in, have the power to vote for that person. So I really appreciate hearing different ideas of how you can implement that. Last question before we open up to the audience. So I want to give you all time to think about questions that you may have for our panelists before we close our conference. I am so excited to know how we can strengthen relationships across our roles. How can we strengthen relationships between educators, parents, community leaders, and researchers? So we have heard a lot of ideas, but just to sort of talk a little more about how we can bring that all back into the research space that sometimes feels so separated.
I know in my work, CBOs think that I can have your student only in my program and they can't be in your program, and it's so absurd.
And CBOs are
community-based organizations, particularly college-going organizations, is the weirdest thing. And one of the last emails I sent last night, was, I called it Academic Advisors Unite. And I just emailed every academic advisor I know and their EDs in our whole city of East Palo Alto, which is not a big city, but for some reason we had 5 organizations doing the same work. And I said, we all need to get together because we all have, amongst all of us, probably 5,000 kids. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but we have a lot of kids that we serve. And we're all trying to do the same work, and we should share best practices. And so step 1 is in your world, like you were suggesting, we need to create bridges so people are sharing best practices, getting united, and this false narrative that, oh, there are only so many kids who qualify and they're my kids and I'm not sharing. What the heck? And so I very deliberately said, no, if you do college track, you can do future grads, and you could, and I actually hired one of my former students, Dulce, who did college track, Peninsula Bridge, E-Path.
Yeah, she did everything.
And I said, Mrs. Alvarez, she knows how to utilize resources. And then that's very important because I wanted her to model that we are here to suck up every single resource and grow from this and become amazing.
Yeah.
She graduated from Brown, full ride. Thank you very much. You know, and I got to hire her. Oh my gosh.
We did already.
And that's the thing is we all can work together, and there's no reason. What the heck? The more people that are doing this work together, the more powerful. So that's one space. And then we're trying to activate on Fridays. And so I'm inviting CBOs to take one Friday a month to use our space. We have this giant space in East Palo Alto. So if anyone needs a space, and I've told the city this, I've told other CBOs, you're invited too if you need a space on the peninsula. I don't know, that's kind of far, but it's not being used to its maximum capacity. And we need to be a beacon of college going. It says college track on the top. And so we need to be a beacon in the city of East Palo Alto that kids go to college in East Palo Alto.
That's awesome.
Right now, the windows are covered with all the college mascots, and we had the college graduates come and sign. We had the seniors who are going to those colleges sign, so they had this natural opportunity to get together. I think that the parents, I told them we're going to have an education series every Friday, once a month. They're supposed to come and help us activate the space, and so I'm inviting the CBOs who wants to host this. So they're just these false ideas of too much delineation and too much, no, I take care of this thing, you take care of that thing. Well, no, honestly, to your point, Joanna, we need to organize and be together, especially today. We need to feel the power of the unity of, and I have this luxurious space. So y'all, if you need a space in East Palo Alto.
Oh my God, the space, everyone.
I legitimately have space.
You've mentioned this twice. How do we get in touch with you if we want space?
Yes,
We'll,
just email me.
Yeah,
I
we'll
think you
make
have
it
my
happen.
email. I would throw up a QR code normally.
We'll make it happen.
For certain, absolutely, there are opportunities for all of us to work together. And at least from the college track perspective, all the CBOs who do the same work, I've invited them to come. Those who work ancillary with us, whether it's teaching English, that's one of my greatest successes when we started teaching English at our high school by one of our graduates. Oh my gosh, talk about dream come true. So they're finally doing that. I know you and I were trying to work on that, so they're finally doing that. But that's what it is our scholars to succeed represent our village, and everyone who works in our village to feel like there are spaces and places where we can come together. In any way I can facilitate that, it is absolutely, you're all welcome.
I'm just going to give a plug for Amika. She is the best connector. She knows everyone, she meets everyone, and she pulls everyone together. I'm going to take like a slightly different, I mean, I agree 10,000%. I feel like at a much higher level, I feel like, how do we connect? For me, it's storytelling, and whatever that means for you. How do we help people recognize their power? It's storytelling. Like, read some picture books. You would be surprised at how powerful they are, how much they remind not just young kids, but adults too, of the power we have, how they help us look at the world with critical eyes if you'll go there with them. But I do think that storytelling in all of its many shapes and forms, whether it's in books, whether it's in movies, whether it's in conversation, whether it's in understanding the story behind our name, the Rosalilia, like 2 flowers together, you know, there's so much beauty there and so much human connection. And when we can connect through our stories and through our humanity, I think that at the most fundamental, however you facilitate that, but that is, I think, just a fundamental element of how we can start that kind of coalition building and connection across all of our spaces.
Playing at the Border, beautiful book by Joanna Ho, is not the one that won all the awards, but it is the most beautiful book. I read that story and it is everything. Everything.
We're each other's fans. In case you couldn't tell.
There's a stack of them over there if you'd like to see some examples of Joanna's work.
It's why we separated you two.
No, I think for me, it's really important to break down those silos. Like, our district sits in same location as I know it's a rival school, but one of the best universities in California, right? And I think we are open to collaborating with the university on certain things, and then on other things we're not, right? Like if the university is hosting an event, that's great. But we also have to be open, right? When the School of Education has critical research or like has important feedback or evaluation for us that may not paint the district in the best light. So I'll give you an example. Like pet peeve for me in Berkeley is the math curriculum, because there was a lawsuit, and it's a lawsuit that many districts have had around literacy. So a lot of districts are focusing on addressing this lawsuit around literacy and really focusing on literacy work. But because of that, we haven't updated our math curriculum in a long time. And so the University School of Education came out with an article about the math curriculum, and they were critical of the district. And some people are like, I can't believe the School of Education did that. And I'm like, that's great that the School of Education did that, because I have had personal beef with our math curriculum. And now I understand, right? Someone evaluated this. And yeah, the fact that a long time ago, Berkeley High sent a lot of students there was a pathway into the university, and a lot of kids would go. And now there's other high schools, like Mission High in San Francisco has a higher percentage of kids going into the UCs and going into Cal than Berkeley High. And so I want to understand why, right? I have to be open to that critical feedback. So I think that's something that sometimes gets in the way, right? Like the pride that people have around their things. And I'm like, well, don't be proud. Like, Berkeley High math TSAs, like, calm down. Like, it's good for us to hear critical feedback and to see what's happening, right? You have to have that humility. What's happening in other districts? What's happening at Mission High? When I grew up in the Mission, so I'm originally from San Francisco. When I was a little kid, my mom moved our family from the Mission to Noe Valley. My mom's outside with my kid right now, because she was like, that's Cholo High. You're not going there. Your cousins went there, right? Because there was a fear of Mission High. Mission High has turned it around dramatically. It's very different from how it was in the 80s when I grew up in the city. And so what happened there? And I think being open to that critical feedback from schools of education, I think is really important, and partnering on evaluation, right? And on some programs we do partner on evaluation, like the Puente program, right? We know that there's a component to the Puente program where there's evaluation, and the university helps you with that. So I think being open to that, to those partnerships is really important, and having more frequent conversations between higher ed and K-12. I think that's really important in helping us all kind of work together, and for the parents too, to understand the pathways. We had this conference that actually one of my friends, Lupe Gallegos, who runs the Chicanx Student Center at Berkeley, hosted. It was this conference called Caminos a la Universidad, and now we're going to change it to Caminos al Éxito, because some people said, well, and you might be horrified, some people said, you can't always expect everyone to go to college after high school, right? And I was like, well, you can, but we're going to call it now Caminos al Éxito. But we partner with the community college, partnering with the university, partnering with the high school. But it's a way of doing something positive on the college and career readiness track. And we're hosting it at BCC at the community college. But it's good for the parents to see that trajectory, right? For them to see as many options as possible. But I think to have authentic partnerships, you also have to be open to the critical feedback. And so I'm trying to break that silo a little bit. We'll see.
For me, it's really center the community you want to serve. Really know what are the needs of the community, but also look at them as an asset, not a deficit. I always find myself coming to spaces and like, oh, pobrecita, usted es mamá, and you have a kid that's trans, and I'm like, excuse you? Like, no, I have a kid that's trans, and he's powerful, and he's gonna run this fucking country. Like, I don't care what you're saying, right? And also co-creation. A lot of the times, because we have a degree and we have a title, doesn't mean you're the expert. I'm sorry to say that to y'all, but my lived experience is my expertise. Your lived experience is your expertise. So you have your own expertise. Transparency. Really talk what's really happening and stop trying to sugarcoat things to make me feel better. I need you to tell me how life is. If it's really hard, it's okay. It's really hard. Let's work for it. Let's work to make it better. Looking to build trust also comes with transparency. I just had a conversation with somebody and I said, can you explain what transparency means to you? Because it seems that it doesn't seem that the same thing it means to me. So let's have a conversation about that. I don't think she liked that, but and hire people that look like me, that looks like my son. Inclusion and diversity, especially in San Francisco Unified School District. I'm going to speak because of that. That's the district I'm in. We talk about equity, and a lot of people use that word so much that is also becoming meaningless. They're using equality and equity like the same thing, and it's really not. And so what does equity really mean? We have to really like break it down, right? And also working with community-based organizations is super crucial to serve. As a school, we can't serve the entire needs of our students and their families, but the community-based organization has assets that can build and support. I am truly a believer that if you serve the whole family, the whole child, then guess what? The family has a house, family has food, family has a job, family has everything they need. That child is going to school. And that child is going to school, that child is learning. If that child is learning, their assessments are going to be good. If that assessment's going to be good, your school's going to be looking good. So it's a domino effect that I feel a lot of the times people trying to focus on academia, let's focus on attendance and serving the whole child, the whole family, to make sure that that child is coming and ready to learn.
That was a pause for snapping. Thank you all. It reminds me to think about how not only are we connected as people and communities, but also in the institutions we serve, those connections and how they all affect and impact each other, even when we think they don't. So if we're centered on schools, I always think we should put schools at the center and recognize that all around is all the other things that serve the people we serve in schools. Transportation, healthcare, access to healthy food, all of those things should be incorporated in a way that connects us to the people we're serving. And even in government, things are siloed, unfortunately. So we'll get there. Now it's time to open it up to the audience to really have some questions from you all. And I have supporters here who can help get mics to you. I'll also get us ready because I see some hands.
Hi, thank you so much. This was super enlightening and refreshing. Really appreciated. This question is sort of framed in like seeking support and advice as a fourth-year doctoral candidate, as well as a former teacher. I wrote it down so I wouldn't butcher it. So you all mentioned around true partnership, and I appreciate that idea around the idea around true partnership. As a individual, like as a student that wants to do research, I have found myself coming into many barriers, being from many of my connections are in Southern California, New Jersey. I don't really have a lot of connections in Northern California because I came here because I'm a student, but I'm really seeking for advice. So how do we develop true partnership across researchers who really do want to make a positive impact in communities that maybe are not their own communities, but want to make it their community, despite the fact that, and also there's a barrier as a researcher, we're up against the clock. And I know as a teacher, it took me years to build relationships with communities, parents, other teachers, district members. And sometimes as researchers, we don't have that luxury to build strong, genuine relationships because we have milestones to meet. We have deadlines that are out of our control sometimes. So long story short, I would love to hear your advice on, despite our given deadlines, how does one come into a community to co-create build together when you're sort of seen as a stranger? Yeah, I would love your advice on that.
As someone who's worked with Stanford GSC for many years, I have lots of opinions.
Oh, great. Thank
Only
you.
because, is it a coincidence that in the shadow of Harvard is West Cambridge, a community of poverty? Is it a coincidence in the shadow of Stanford is East Palo Alto, a community of poverty? How do you have a university with the GNP of, I don't know, whatever developed country you want to name, and still have communities of poverty in their shadow? I'll give you the quick and dirty answer that I would appreciate Stanford to own and move forward. There are beautiful human beings who work with Stanford who have had decades-long relationships who need to do the warm handoff. Because if I have another person try to experiment on my babies, I'm gonna be upset. I already have been upset. Don't experiment on my children. They're not your experiment. So if I'm gonna go into partnership with a Stanford student, it's always because they're either picking up the baton from someone else, and it is flawless, because we're not going to start from zero. We're going to start from the relationship already established, and I trust this, then let's do it. So for example, the project we did trying to eliminate the N-word on our campus. People thought we were crazy. How could you eliminate the N-word? It's in their songs, it's in their way of speaking. And we had a very pointed conversation with folks in one of your programs at the graduate level, which I can't remember right now. And they picked up the baton from another researcher, another master's student to another. There is Petra Houtz, who works at the Haas Center, who has decades worthy relationships. She can do the warm handoff. And don't be upset if a person like myself says, no, I'm not going to partner with you because you said that you want to do some weird AI-based SEL intervention and you don't understand what it means to give, what is it called, mandated reporter stuff, because you're not calling me at 11 p.m. when you're trying to fix something with a child who's giving suicidal, like the crazy things that some of the students are trying to do. And I'm like, no. So there needs to be somebody here who holds the relationship with respect and with humildad that we can trust. I'm trusting you year after year that we've worked together, right, for helping us build the parent piece. There has to be something there, because you just come in and why I'm from Stanford, why not? Well, I'll tell you why not. You know, so that to me is a simple quick fix, because this other bigger stuff about why are we in the shadows of so much wealth, that's not within my lifetime, I don't think. But that we have to keep those relationships and do the warm handoff and have a trusting person in the community. Otherwise, we're just going to continue the cycle.
I'm going to build off of Amika, because my thought was similar to, I think, having worked in East Palo Alto, also my whole teaching career, you come to become very protective of your community, because especially here, the irony being in Silicon Valley is there's so much wealth. And there's so many people who think they're well-intentioned and they want to come and experiment, whether it's a high school student at Palo Alto High School who has created curriculum that they think is going to be helpful for another high school in East Palo Alto simply because you have money and this person lives in East Palo Alto. Like, there's so many people who are trying to come in like, I have a program, let me try this thing. And they have no idea who the community members are. They don't understand the community at all. They're not invested. And so I think there is absolutely a wall of like, why are you here? What are you really here for? We understand that you think you're trying to do something good, but if you don't understand our students, if you don't understand the community, like, you're not going to be able to create anything that's actually beneficial for them. And you absolutely are not going to test it on them. They're not your guinea pigs. So I think there's always, if you have leaders who care about the community, then there will always be a layer of protectiveness. And so I like the very concrete idea of a warm handoff, but I also think there's a lot of internal reflection that needs to happen when people are deciding that, why is this the community you feel passionate about? Why is this the community? Why is this the idea? And then ultimately, I feel like in order to build that relationship in a short amount of time, I know for me, I'm always looking like, it's so easy to tell. There are like words or phrases that pop out and you're like, oh, you don't understand the community at all. Like, how much work have you done to understand East Palo Alto? Because East Palo Alto is not the same as Oakland. It's not the same as what's happening in San Francisco. It might be communities of color, but they're different, So have you done your homework? Because it'll show up like this. the second you open your mouth when you're talking to someone you're trying to partner with. So I think that's, you know, it's not, that's like also, it's not like an easy quick fix, but there's more work that needs to happen. So in order to build the trust, to show that you can be trusted, if that makes sense.
But I think in that process, you know, I'll tell you, I did most of my graduate research, I did it in India. Obviously, I'm not Indian, I'm Latina. You know, but I wanted to do it in affordable housing in a very particular, you know, caste. I mean, there were all these different subgroups, you know, if you know a little bit about like South Asian culture, it's not only like speaking the language, it's knowing the caste, the region, all of these things matter, and your position as a woman versus a male researcher. All of this is like a complicated web, right? So I think have that warm handoff from someone who has strong community buy-in is really important. And also when you have even that warm handoff, like I found my, like, I would call them my key stakeholders who I know had buy-in in my research community. But more importantly, when I would show up, I think from the get, acknowledge that you're an outsider, that's not, you know, you're learning, right? Like come in super humble, because that helped open doors for me, even though at that time, you know, I was doing research on behalf of Cornell. So I had that big name. So you had your big name behind you, right? Doing housing research and in your case, education research. But I think it's really important to say, be humble. Like, I don't know this community. And I'm so honored that this person is introducing me, and I'm going to do the best to, you know, to work with you. But throughout the process, I think that humility makes a big difference when you're especially like an outsider. And I think laying out the benefit of what your research is trying to solve, right? I feel like I had to do that multiple times in India because people didn't trust me as an American, as someone who didn't speak Marathi fluently, a lot of different layers in my research. But I think it was really important for me to say like, hey, this research will help this community. If we do this right, this is how we're going to partner together. This is how there's a benefit for you, there's a benefit for me, right? And so laying that out really clearly too, I think is important, and acknowledging just your knowledge gaps, right? But I think having that warm handoff from someone who's trusted in the community is so important, especially when you're time constrained in that research. And I remember I had to crank it out in 2 years. I was really time constrained too. It was really hard, but finding those key ambassadors becomes so important. That's a great question though. It's very hard.
Good question.
If you're reaching out to families directly, come in with humildad, respeto, as a learner, not an expert. Don't try to teach me something. And bring updates. A lot of people, a lot of times we come and we ask questions, or I got what I need, I'm out. And then we're like, what happened?
Yeah.
Right? So if you want trust, coming back after like a month, be like, hey, after I did this, I was able to capture this were the themes. Thank you so much. If I go somewhere further with this research, I'll keep you posted. People will respect that.
Yeah.
They would appreciate it, and they will definitely come back and give you more opportunities to speak with them if you need like a longitudinal, like for another year or so, right? So those are my suggestions if you directly to families.
That's a great point.
Thank you so much. To be clear, I'm not doing AI research. I'm doing ethnographic work. So just to be clear.
Hi, thank you so much for sharing. It was really humbling hearing all the different work that you all do. And it's wonderful hearing across. I heard stuff about storytelling and you know, and coming together, like bookends of these things, and pride. You know, and these sorts of things make me wonder, as someone that's interested in stories. I used to be a librarian, so yeah. I wonder, like, how and if you have found the time to sort of invest in the stories of your own organizations and your advocacy groups, and how, because I think sometimes we are so busy caught up in the work, right? That we don't have someone taking a picture that would help someone later recall what was happening at the time. And so I think from a research perspective, it becomes even harder to I think then the tendency is then like, let's reinvent the wheel because I don't know how this has worked before, right? And so sometimes if we can't find the stories, we make one up, right? And so I'm really hoping that y'all have found some sort of time or models that work or are making the models, right? So essentially is like, what have you done? Or what would you like to do in terms of telling your own stories?
I can start on this one because I feel like Authors Against Book Bans it's like, we're over 4,000 authors strong now, but it's very new. So I feel like it's a question we have been talking about, but just take what I'm saying with a grain of salt because there's no evidence of what we're doing, whether it's successful. But in terms of being thoughtful, I think how do you capture the institutional knowledge? Even within the last year and a half, there have been so many changes within the organization, within the work that we're doing, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, just as in any organization, it's shifting so quickly, and the knowledge that every individual member holds is so precious, and it's hard. You can't write essays about it. No one has time to do any of that. So I think the way that we've been talking about it is how do we structure it's an all volunteer organization. So how do we structure the more handoff, essentially the leadership, so that when the next people who are taking over as national leaders, as the faces of the organization, how do we structure it so that they overlap with each other, so that there's enough training period for the upcoming people to be able to learn from the people who are there, so that that institutional knowledge passed on. Now, that being said, it's so nascent. I don't know how effective that's going to be right now with just conversation, but that's sort of what comes to mind for me is capturing that knowledge, finding ways to pass it down. Because even when you write it, the new people who come, they don't have time to go through 10 million binders or files of all the things that have happened in the past, So often it's just the experience itself and being able to have a mentor to walk you through and introduce you to all the partners, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's about how you structure. That's one way we're looking at it, is how we structure that.
That's really hard in politics because there's elections every 2 years, everything changes, there's new people coming in. But I would say, as a member of the California Latino School Board Association, it's become very important for us to capture what we're doing. And so we have this annual conference called the Unity Conference that we do with our API school board members and our Black school board members. And we know that among the affinity groups, we have the largest budget. With my colleagues at APISMA, our API brothers and sisters who are also on school boards, they're like, oh, we look up to you. And I'm like, well, I look up to you. But what's cool is that we're like, all right, if we know that we have a fundraising goal, right? We hired an executive director 2 years ago. So that person, knowing that elections change, that our board can change based on who's elected, but the work of the conference, the themes of the conference, the statewide policies, right? When we fight for ethnic studies, what that trajectory was, someone's got to hold that knowledge, right? So that whoever gets elected, it doesn't matter what happens in the elections, right? That someone is kind of holding that. So having an executive director model has helped us. Now we have, we work with the Gates. The Gates Foundation has been really generous in funding the work of the California Latino School Board Association. So being strategic about fundraising for that position so that you can record your wins, right? And things that you want to improve becomes really important. And then sharing that knowledge with other folks. And so we work really closely with CAPC and APISMA because we're trying to help them also fundraise so they can have their own executive directors and also their own grants. And they, start kind of holding all the knowledge of what their advocacy is, because sometimes you go from campaign to campaign to campaign and there's no one kind of recording. And then when the politicians all change, you want to start again. So I think the ED model is working for us right now, having good foundations that fund your work so that you can look at your reports and what they funded. They really care about closing the opportunity gap in math, right? So that's something that we're being more strategic about. I think everyone's a little about funding ethnic studies advocacy, but we continue it, right? So whether it's funded or not, we're always going to fight for ethnic studies. That's really important for Latino school board members. And if it's not, it should be. And so, but I think, having someone who, if you can afford staff for political organizations, that's the way to kind of keep that knowledge, or else you kind of lose it.
I only would mention that I'm too busy to be writing things and we don't have a fund for that, but I can say that I explicitly made space and time to have dinner with our alumni for them to share the stories and what are their hopes and dreams for this organization that they helped start in 1997 that now serves 5,000 scholars all across the country.
Cool.
And they were so, oh God, it was so precious. That's something that I like to do. I like to bring people together over to dinner. I do lots of dinners because I think that's very precious. Is in a busy world, you got to break bread with people and just have that time so that this, I guess I'm a big believer in the warm handoff is something that's an authentic, we have spent time together. You're doing this work after me. Is something that we should never fast forward or never say we don't have time for. Anytime people invite you to break bread together, you got to prioritize that because in this busy world, people just forget
that connection.
Yeah, that connection and that humanity of making time to break bread together is priceless. Yes, we should be writing this stuff and doing all the good stuff. Nobody reads it. I haven't had time yet. Gabriela has a co-facilitator now.
I'm gonna help wrap up. I'm just waiting because I know there's one more question. But yes, my baby's here.
It's a asking of a question and also a request of the room, but specifically to Ana Aviles. So I kind of want to describe what happened, and then I kind of want to ask, like, how can we plan accordingly? Because I know it's going to happen again. All right. So I taught ethnic studies at Galileo for 3 years. And so what happened was, and you heard about it, we all heard about it over the, from Dr. Subini and as well as from Cam and Amy. But in short, trying to give you the most concise version, a lot of hack journalism in March, April, May about ethnic studies. And then we get to the finish line as teachers, educators, and everyone goes off to the summer. And then all of a sudden we got, I'll say blessed quietly through some folks that ethnic studies was gonna get paused, so like at the beginning of June. And so we just rapidly organized it. One of the challenges was a bunch of people already, have left San Francisco as far as on vacation, educators, people that I thought would maybe respond to text, didn't respond to text, they made it to the finish line. And the reason why I asked this of Ana as well is because I think one of the challenges was getting high school parents involved. And there's already a shortcoming as far as high school parents, even during the school year, but during the summer. And, CBOs are busy with summer programming. And so we ran into a variety of challenges to get people in the room, and it was like crickets. It was only like a few, not a lot of teachers, some admin in front of the board during June. And I just feel like it's a time of vulnerability if ethnic studies is getting attacked right in that section of the year, right? Not school year, but like in that section of June where educators are gone. And so I'm kind of asking the room to think about how can we plan accordingly to organize, and then also what I'm asking you, like, what can we do in the future under those circumstances, and or what have you done, and specifically if you have experience regarding in that section in June, because it just was like perfect timing. And again, the hack journalism in March, April, May, and then there was this potential pause in June.
Wow, you're giving me back to school closure conversations when Dr. Wayne was superintendent and Kim Phillip was running the whole closure. And they purposely did it to vote during summertime. And I tell them all the time, you guys just don't want to hear us. And it's very unfortunate that the district puts families in a situation where either their kids are gone, they're like, I'm clocked out, I'm done. I'm never clocked out. I'm always clocked in, especially if it has to do with kids' education. And I always talk to our teachers and say, look, I have a middle schooler and I'm in that school. I was actually there on Friday, like all morning, helping their family liaison start the ELAC. Let's co-create the agenda. My students are English learners. Yes, they're reclassified, so they don't qualify to be, as an English learner. But I'm not there because of my children. I'm there because I care for all children in the district, specifically our Black and Brown students. And every year I send every teacher of my kids an email introducing myself and saying, I can help you with making copies. I would appreciate if teachers would be like, yes, please come make me some copies. Even if you don't need them, just ask me. because that builds that relationship, and it doesn't have to die in middle school or be buried in high school. I went through the whole school system myself as a student. I graduated from ISA. School was merged, and I say it was not merged, it was closed. And I always say, connect with your families, even if it's just like throughout the year, sending them email. If they respond, you have to create your own list of like allyship, because you will know once you're building that relationship with families, they're gonna show up. And also ways to show up. I always go to the board. I don't know if you've seen the board presentations. I present every year in March because of DLAC recommendations. I've been doing it for the last 6 years, maybe. And I always end up with a follow-up question is who's gonna respond, by when they're gonna respond, and I want this respond in writing. I don't want this respond via phone call or a Zoom meeting that's not being recorded. I need to see it in writing. My recommendation is A, B, and C. What's the follow-up? If it's not implemented, why is it not implemented? Is there funding that is upstraining that opportunity to create this from happening? Okay, where can we advocate for funding? Where can we ask our partners, CBOs, to support this, a goal that the DLAC wants for our students? So to answer your question is like, you have to create those relationships in the beginning of the school year. Once you start building those, trust me, you can have my email. I will more than happy go and fight for the ethnics class and make sure that parents are being informed of the impact that it will make on our students and in our history and in our erasing our identity. And a lot of the times, a lot of families no entienden. They were not raised in this system. They were not, when you're in your country, you drop off your kid and that's it. The teacher's doing the work. Now here, you drop off your kids and you still be involved. And appreciate for those who are teachers and like right now and today, if a parent asks you, what can I do to better support my child? Always say, by bringing your child, you're already doing a lot. And you can do this, right? But just given that acknowledgement that bringing your child is actually a really important and significant way to support our children's education. So yeah, and please reach out to me if you want to connect more. I am part of different district level advisories and committees, QTPAC, LFCC, DLAC, SSC, you name it. And yeah, I'm here to support and be an ally, and not be someone, like I said, use my power in a way that is gonna possibly impact our students and families.
I would say if you have a champion on your school board for ethnic studies, have their number too. Like there's many times when I find out from an educator, hey, this is gonna go down and I need your help. And I'm like, all right, and leave the educator out of it, right? Because it's their employer. But when they need that political help, I know to call my mommies, right? And my mamas that are gonna come up and talk. And I know, that one of them can call Berkeley side. I can't, but they can call the paper and have that counter journalism at that meeting, right? If you need to balance out that story, have your advocates ready to balance out that story and give the journalist a different quote, right? And so I think that that's really important, but it's what you said, that early organizing, right? You got to have your people on speed dial. And sometimes there's an educator there. I tell the parents, put the educator off the message. You guys can talk to me directly, because I don't want them to be in this weird position with their employer, but you can call the educator separately and let them know what's happening or what you're doing, right? But I think it's lining up your advocates from the beginning of the year as much as you can, is creating lists. And we have those in Berkeley for different things. I know my AAPI parents, I can count on them if there's something that's going down on ethnic studies and they're gonna show up. And our Latino parents are gonna show up, right? But I appreciate when the staff gives us a heads up, because sometimes the teachers will know before everybody else kind of what's happening, behind the curtain. I get just the high level. I get whatever the superintendent wants me to see. I'm not going to get everything. And so, so I appreciate the heads up from the educator. Don't worry, I got it. And I understand my political marching orders and how the parent advocates, because, hopefully you have a school board member who is as fabulous as Gabriela, who has those strong connections.
Alita Fisher could be a great ally at SFUSD board. I think I look up to her, and I trust that she wants the best for our children. She's been there for a really long time, and I just see her more as a human than the other robotic ones that are sitting on that board. Se tenía que decir y se dijo, right? And so I would also say that be transparent with their families. Like, yo soy maestro, I can't go to the school board and tell them what to do. Usted, señora, usted tiene todo ese poder para ir a decirles peras y manzanas, and they can't say anything back to you, right? Like, I feel like if you are full transparency, trust me, I'm one of those parents. I will go fight for you if I need to. I will take the sword and like take it, like, no me importa. I have nothing to lose. And as a parent, I have the right and I have the power that you serve me, not that I serve you. I think once we understand our internal power and the power we have within the district and the school as families, this whole system is going to be flipped upside down.
When I was on the board, we did not mess with Ana Aviles.
I want Ana Aviles to move to Berkeley.
Thank you, audience, for these wonderful questions. Everything that I heard today was so helpful. Let me just mention, this is my daughter, Anaya. She is, she and my partner who's in the back, we're really just a big part of making this conference happen. Oh, look at that, we're connected. So I just wanted to wrap us up before, thank you, and name what I heard.
Oh, preciosa. She has something to say. We gotta listen.
I just want to appreciate you all. I heard about connections, a reminder to share our stories and tell our stories. That's really going to be a powerful thing for me. Think about co-creation, and I like this idea that we give updates when we do our research. So go back to the communities that you're serving or say you're serving and share what you found. That one's really going to stick with me. But let's give our panelists a really big round of applause. Thank you for being here and for helping us. I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Ramon Martinez, the program chair.
Thank you all so much. Muy buenas tardes. Me llamo Ramon Antonio Martinez. I'm the director of the RILE program area here in the GSE at Stanford. You didn't hear from me this morning, but you heard from me yesterday. For those of you who I haven't met, nice to meet you. Welcome. Thank you. We're closing things out, and we're almost on time. This is amazing. I think we're going to do it, but not if I can help it, because I have a few things I want to say. Can we have another round of applause for all of our amazing presenters from yesterday and today? Thanks so much. I know there's a few people still, believe it or not, on Zoom joining us. So thank you to those of you hanging on. We really appreciate your being here remotely with us. Thanks to those of you who came yesterday and today. And thanks so much to all of our presenters. I think they've given us a lot to think about. Thanks to all of you who helped plan and organize this conference, including special shout outs. You'll see some acknowledgements in our program if you take a look, but special thanks to Gabriela Lopez for making this happen. All your tireless work. David Morales, the newest member of our team, for all your help and for making this happen. Mr. John Baker in the back. And Dr. Kendra Shabamahin, who's not with us today, but helped make this happen. And all of their families, all of our families, for sharing us with the work, because this took a lot of work. So thank you to the families involved. To all of you who supported our conference by presenting or introducing speakers and or moderating Q&A sessions, and to those of you who helped out with the many details that made this conference possible, including especially our amazing RILE doctoral students. I'm thinking of you, Jacqueline, Ed, Rosalilia, Maria Jose, Alma, Rita. Who else is here? Help me out. I don't want to not name people. All of our presenters, of course. I'm going to talk a little bit about our RILE student presenters in just a second. But those of you who helped out, all of you, I see you back there, Beth. I see Misbah back there. And I'm going to mention you in a second as well as presenters. Thank you to everybody for being here and for making this happen. Also, a special thanks to Kayla Edgar, who was here earlier today and was here yesterday for the tech support. We had an unprecedented Zoom crash, and she had to, I forget what it's called, but it's like the equivalent of restarting your computer. She did that to the whole system back there during lunch because Zoom kicked us off. unexpectedly. You all saw that. But what you didn't see was her behind the scenes of making that not happen again. So thanks to Kayla for being here both days, for her amazing tech support, to Debbie Bellinger, who has been looking out for us since last spring and made sure that we had a backup plan just in case the new room in the new building wasn't available. And guess what? It wasn't. And so she made sure there was still tech in here for us, and she made sure we had the reservation. So thanks for that. Thanks to Andrea yesterday for the amazing pupusas, and to Jackie for the amazing food today. And to those of you who showed up yesterday, and those of you who showed up today, and a special thanks to those of you who showed up both days, those who got the books or will get the books. Thank you, everybody. I know this is not what you want, but this is customary. I'm in academic circles. I just want to say a few words about what I heard, because I heard a lot, and I was taking notes all day yesterday and today, believe it or not. Jonathan Rosa, at the beginning of our program yesterday, encouraged us to think with complexity and nuance about the current moment, to recognize active forms of resistance and struggle in the present, and to imagine possible futures without romanticizing the past. Dr. Jessica Stovall, Dr. Catherine Ribai, Dr. Brian Cabral, and Dr. Casey Wong gave us glimpses, and I call them doctors because they're recently minted PhDs, and I want to respect and recognize the hard work they've done. They gave us glimpses of their respective institutions and surrounding contexts, as well as the challenges they're currently facing, while also sharing the exciting and important work in which they're engaged, which, as it turns out, often involves moving beyond the university classroom. And they encouraged us and inspires us to face the facts, to take the long view, and invest in more just futures that we may not be around to witness. They encouraged us to lean into less legible forms of labor oriented towards change, to be courageous, and to start doing now the kinds of work we imagine as part of the better society we hope to create. Subani Anama and Amy Rochelle, I hope I'm pronouncing her last name correctly. Anybody, is that right? Rochelle, the teacher from Mission High School in San Francisco, they helped us think about the radical history of ethnic studies in K-12 schools and the current challenges facing ethnic studies teachers. And they offered helpful and practical and principled advice for teachers and researchers committed to ethnic studies pedagogies. Lacey Abrego, who had to leave and catch a flight back to UCLA, shared some brilliant, timely, and deeply moving insights related to the moment we're in. She helped us to understand key categories and definitions related to immigrant students and families, even as she encouraged us to see beyond them, to broaden our view of the consequences of immigration enforcement, to encompass the impact of legal violence on children and undocumented families. And she inspired us to ground ourselves in our own humanity and to reflect and feel deeply about what it means to affirm the humanity of others. Alexandria Henry, Estefania Rodriguez Sanchez, and Jacqueline Rivera Orellana shared their amazing work and perspectives, and they reminded us how important it is to center the communities and commitments that brought them to graduate school in the first place. Dr. Maisha Wynn, Misbah, and Beth reminded us that Black people have long been imagining more just educational futures in the face of adversity and oppression, and they shed light on the ways that these histories of struggle and hope can inform our present-day efforts to imagine beyond our current challenges. Our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Patrick Kamangyan, who is still in the building, I believe, shared such powerful and compelling insights in his trademark, customary, engaging style, and he elucidated the impact of social structural violence on intersectional health and well-being. He also shared inspiring examples of the kinds of pedagogies that can promote critical consciousness and student well-being. This is a laundry list, I know. Montserrat Garibay, we're almost done, and Kenji Hakuda helped us contextualize the current attacks on English learner education. They clarified what's at stake, and they offered critical hope as we imagine and enact more just educational futures for students classified as English learners. I hope I get your names right, and if I don't, forgive me. Amaka, is it Guillaume? Amaka Guillaume, Ana Aviles, Ana Vasudeo, and Joanna Ho. You all shared such brilliant and powerful insights. This is, for me, a highlight of our conference. Insights that helped us see the challenges that parents and educators are grappling with during these difficult times, and how you're advocating tirelessly for marginalized students. Anna, you emphasized the importance of co-creation towards the end, of leveraging multiple forms of expertise, and that's something that I heard loud and clear. You all talked to us about the power of coalition building and collective work to secure access and opportunity for marginalized communities. So thank you all for that. Very briefly, as I think across the presentations, I have some thoughts on communities in struggle and on struggling in community. So my esteemed colleague, Roy P., the gentleman who was there in the back earlier this morning, elevated the connections that he saw between what Jonathan Rosa said yesterday in the morning and what Dr. Maisha Wynn said this morning. I want to draw a similar connection between something Lacey Abrego said yesterday about legal violence and its impact on immigrant families, whether they're undocumented or mixed status. On the one hand, and Dr. Patrick Kamangyan's remarks today about systemic social structural violence and its consequences with respect to the toxic stress and social trauma facing kids in classrooms today. That to me was a powerful connection. I also heard a lot of people talk about struggle, about joy in struggle. Kayla Edgar's question about Sun-Ra and Dr. Wynn's response about joy in movement building, joy in organizing, joy in struggle really struck me. As did what Jessica Stovall, my former advisee, who's at Wisconsin now. She talked about her own commitment to supporting those who were organizing for Palestine and against genocide, and how she has thrown herself into the less legible role of cooking for the organizers, which surprised me about Jessica, I didn't know this, for the organizers at the encampments. And then I was struck again yesterday afternoon when RILE doctoral student Estefania Rodriguez Sanchez, who wasn't able to hear Jessica's comments in the morning because she had a conflict, but she said something similar, that she had been actively engaged in cooking for protesters as a concrete contribution, a concrete way of supporting the movement. And what struck me is that there are multiple, and always have been and always will be, multiple entry points for the current struggles, multiple ways to be in community with those who struggle for a better world for our children. And so coalition building, I think, takes complex or a complex distribution of labor. Dr. Wynn cited Robin D.G. Kelly's notion of future-oriented historiography this morning. And it made me wonder what it would mean for all of us to more explicitly and intentionally commit ourselves to a future-oriented pedagogy, to a future-oriented approach to scholarship. Again, yesterday I talked about speculative traditions, about freedom dreaming, about Paula Allman's notion of prefigurative pedagogy. What would it mean to teach today like it's already the world that we want to live in? And so that struck me. And also something that struck me was what Catherine Ribe said yesterday. I'm just realizing it now. She talked about the long view. Do y'all remember that? About planting sequoias, and she read this poem that she said she has over her desk. I can't remember the words exactly, but it was about not being around to see the fruits of your labor. And so that made me think, if this is going to take a while, then we better work together. If the struggle for a better educational future for social justice is going to take a while, then we better work together in community, building coalitions, and we'd better enjoy the process. We'd better find joy in the struggle, bring joy to the struggle, because it will continue. So taken together, I think the presentations over the past 2 days have helped us reflect deeply on what we're struggling against, what we're struggling for, and how the struggle for social justice can be done more joyfully and in community. And on that note, we encourage you not to leave today without connecting with someone new. Please connect with our amazing RILE doctoral students. We're so proud of them. And RILE students, please connect with these amazing presenters. I think you've already seen the expertise we have in our midst. Connect with them. Please connect with other people. Say hello, meet someone new, and stay connected. Let's move forward and struggle together in community and with joy. Thank you, and we hope to see you at next year's conference. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great evening.